All right, perfect. Well, good morning, everybody. I guess that needs to be in my mouth. My name is Pedro Nava, and I'm chair of the Little Hoover Commission. I want to thank you all for joining us today. This is the Thursday, May 23rd meeting of the Little Hoover Commission, and with great anticipation, we are going to be discussing certain aspects of artificial intelligence. I want to introduce the other commissioners who are here with us. Joining us today are Commissioners Dion Aroner, David Beyer, Gil Garcetti, Jose Atilio Hernandez, Jason Johnson, Deanna Sidley, and Vice Chair Anthony Canella is joining us remotely. Hello, Vice Chair Canella. Also with us today is the Commission staff, Executive Director Ethan Rarick, Deputy Executive Director Tamar Foster, Analyst Ashley Hurley, Ali Powell, and Shara McAllister, with Project Managers Crystal Beckham and Daniel Harris McCoy. I want to express our gratitude to the Filoli Historic House, Garden, and Burlingame Mayor Dana Colson, who provided us with this extraordinary meeting room today. Our commission has statewide responsibilities, and so it's appropriate that we meet outside of Sacramento from time to time, and we deeply appreciate this extraordinary venue. I have to tell you, and listening to the commissioners before the meeting started, I don't know that I've ever heard them do so much research into a location. So I learned stories about how the house was constructed, what it was modeled after, that in fact President Biden and Xi Jinping from China met here. I also learned that the Filoli has a specific meaning, and that if it means fight, F-I, for a just cause, love, L, your fellow man, and live, L-I, a good life. So there is some significance and appreciation for the history of this site, and we're just very grateful that it's been made available to us by the mayor of Burlingame. The logistical arrangements for these out-of-town meetings are complicated, and I want to thank Shara McAllister of our staff for handling all of that work so efficiently. Thank you very much, and you don't need to blush. That's okay. Let's do some housekeeping before we turn to the subject at hand. We're live streaming today's hearing on Zoom. We're being joined by members of the public who are attending remotely. We'll have a public comment session at the end of the hearing. If you're here with us in person and you want to make a public comment, please fill out the public comment slip and give it to one of our staff members. Members of the public who have joined us online will be muted during the hearing. Those who wish to make a comment will be unmuted at the end of the hearing. If you want to make a public comment online, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, clicking on the hand icon to join our public comment queue. Those who have joined us by phone may either dial #9 to raise their hand on Zoom or send an email to littlehoover@lhc.ca.gov, letting us know that you want to talk to the commission. Please provide your phone number from which you have joined our meeting so our staff knows who to unmute. Staff will be monitoring raised hands and emails requesting comment throughout the duration of our hearing. It is as usual at commission hearings, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. We are recording today's hearing, and after the hearing, staff will place a permanent link to the recording on our website and upload it to our YouTube channel. I was reminded that it was many, many years ago that a futurist predicted that at some point we would all have our own TV channels, and I guess they were right. After the hearing, the commission will hold a business meeting in the same location. The business meeting is open to the public, and you're welcome to attend if you wish. Now, as to the substance of today's hearing. This will be our first hearing in our study on artificial intelligence and California state government. This study will build on the Commission's 2018 report on artificial intelligence, which urged lawmakers to adopt an AI agenda focusing on public engagement and protecting core values: autonomy, responsibility, privacy, transparency, and accountability. Today's hearing will present an overview of California's efforts thus far to incorporate AI into state government operations and to begin outlining best practices for future implementation. I want to thank Commissioners Beyer and Johnson for serving on the subcommittee that organized today's hearing. I also want to note that next month in Sacramento, the Commission will hold a second hearing on the general topic of artificial intelligence. That hearing will focus on AI and disadvantaged communities, with a special emphasis on food insecurity. I want to thank Commissioner Hernandez for serving with me on that subcommittee for that hearing. Today's hearing was organized by Project Manager Daniel Harris McCoy. And before I ask him to introduce the first witness, I do think it's important to point out to staff and to members of the audience that the background memo on this topic is one that would serve all of us well. I'm going to suggest that it be made public because it can provide a starting point for people who are not all that familiar with artificial intelligence so that they can gain some necessary information so we'll be able to have a conversation. And I just think it was, again, an extraordinary piece of work by staff. And we are very, very fortunate, as Commissioner Garcetti and I were discussing at breakfast, that we have such competent and qualified staff people. Dan, if you would be so kind as to introduce the first witness.
Thank you, Chair Nava. Our first witness is Amy Tong, who was appointed Secretary of Government Operations by Governor Gavin Newsom in March of 2022, after serving as the state's Chief Information Officer and Director of the California Department of Technology. Her portfolio includes state workforce development, technology and innovation, procurement and general services, state revenue, public employee and teachers' pension systems, victims' compensation, state regulations, as well as the statewide financial system and cradle-to-career educational data system. As a member of Governor Newsom's cabinet, she is leading work on generative artificial intelligence, embedding DEIA in state operations, and establishing the nation's largest broadband middle-mile network. Secretary Tong is accompanied by Ron Robinette, Deputy Secretary of Technology and Innovation, and Luis Larios, Deputy Secretary of Legislation. Secretary Tong, you may begin your testimony.
And let me tell the witnesses, please come forward. But what you're likely to find as you begin your testimony is that commissioners have a tendency to interrupt. And I want you to take that as a compliment because it means that you've prompted either questions or that they find you uniquely qualified and prepared to be able to respond. So if I interrupt you, it is because I see that some commissioner has indicated they want to speak with you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners, chairs. And first of all, my apologies for running a few minutes late this morning. We left Sacramento 3 hours, planned for a 2-hour trip. But I guess the traffic got the best of us. So again, apologies for keeping you all waiting. We got here as soon as we can. Having that said, I am really honored to be here and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. And thank you, Daniel and the executive officer for giving the administration an opportunity to just explain and provide information of what the state of California is doing in terms of its implementation on the executive orders that was issued by Governor Newsom last year, and provide you all some updates on what we have been working on since. I have prepared a short remark just to give an overview of what the executive order provides, our progress on that, as well as some of the early learnings we have already seen. But I do welcome interactive conversation about this, so please jump in at any time for any questions you might have. So with that, as you already heard in my bios, I'm very privileged to be here representing administration because the Government Operations Agency is responsible to oversee the state's procurement and information technology, which in this particular case, GenAI is a major part of it. Even though GenAI, in many people's eyes, it's a tech initiative, we actually looking at it's a much more holistic approach. Tech, in this case, is an enabler in conversing about generative AI, but the executive order has specifically called out partnership in addition to Department of Technology, that the Department of Human Resources, Department of General Services, Data and Innovation, and our cybersecurity partner with OES because we are looking at the impact of the GenAI more so on the workforce development, the data privacy side of it, the security aspect of looking at how AI implementation. It's a major component. And of course, we also work with GoBiz as well as the Labor and Workforce Agency, because we also wanted to take this opportunity to have a better understanding on how it is the implementation of GenAI in the state of California, has an impact or effect on the economic development side of it, and the broader workforce that goes beyond the 250,000 state employee. So that's the holistic team the executive order has called out, and in partnership with GovOp agency. A little bit of an overview of what the executive order provides. First of all, for decades, California has been a global leader on innovation, research, development, and entrepreneurship and the new technologies. As these technologies continues to grow and develop, California has established itself as the world leader on GenAI innovation, with 35 of the top 50 AI companies and a quarter of all AI pattern conference papers and company globally. I just noticed too in the audience today, my former colleague, and now representing Meta, it's also in the room. And Meta is definitely one of those companies that not only headquartered in California, and we are very proud to be partnering as the state of California in our endeavor. To capture its benefits and protect against the potential harms, the governor's executive order lays out a measured approach that focuses on shaping the future of ethical, transparent, and trustworthy AI while remaining in world's AI leader. The first report that was delivered is the report on benefits and risk, and it's an overview of GenAI, and that was published last November. And specifically, the report provides a definition and describing the difference between what we call conventional AI, which in use for many, many years, and what is how is that different from the generative AI that have really become much more visible on people's radar with the launch of ChatGPT. And recognizing that importance in evaluating this technology from the start, the risk and benefits deliverable delves into some of the common use the state government may have, what are the benefits of that, but as well as identifying specifically what would be the risk that applies to if this was utilizing a conventional AI versus if this was utilizing a generative AI. I will be happy to go into a little bit more details to the report or as part of the Q&A session if you like. And in March, an additional guideline, it was also published that covers the procurement, the use, along with the training to state entities. And what does that means is that we understand people are jumping a bit. Actually, I should say, there's two spectrum of a group. One spectrum of the group are jumping a bit, wanting to delve into the utilization of GenAI. The other group is like, ooh, I don't know what this will bring, so let's take a measure, let's just wait and see. The guideline really provides a reference for the business entity, and we call them, the 150 departments, to take a look, what is the problem they're trying to solve, and whether any of those problems could become a use case for generative AI. And it lays out steps on how folks should be identifying the risk that comes with it. And that was what's been issued in the guideline, as well as the training that is required. In fact, we made that almost just short of a mandatory, but a highly encouraged training for any departments that want to use generative AI should start with training. And along with that guideline, there was a toolkit that was provided to the department so that it provides a step-by-step prescription on how they would use this guideline to assist with their assessment.
I have a question from the commission.
Yes.
Commissioner Bard.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the long travel. Sorry about the traffic. I'd like to ask you a couple of different questions.
Yes.
But let me start at your observation about the competing visions. I would call it utopian nirvana versus dystopian hellscape. And what I mean by that is people are fixated on trying to create either a vision or an analogy to nuclear power, to fire, to electricity. And I think from our perspective, when we looked at this in 2016, 17, and issued our report in 2018, was before GenAI. But the chair suggested that between 2018 and 2030, that $400 billion of additional activity would occur in California, and that between 1 and 11 million people would be affected. That was an imprecise projection. So I would suggest, and we did a lot of work studying, but the crystal ball is very cloudy at the moment. So what I'd like to ask you about, if I could get the slide up, is a way of thinking about AI and the role of government.
Actually, there we go.
Okay, so we're here today, and I put it into 3 different categories. Yes. Government as regulator, government as promoter, government as purchaser. Predominantly today, we're focusing on government as, can you see this?
In case that's difficult to see, Secretary Tong, we're going to bring you a copy.
No, I'm good.
Okay,
I got my glasses on.
Okay.
Yes, I can see now.
We're predominantly focused on the 3rd category, but I noted in your testimony that you talked about other issues, and legislation that's before the legislature kind of fits into these 3 buckets. Senator Wiener's bill, which passed the Senate yesterday, has a lot of things about values and regulations and things like that. But I want to focus really on the government as purchaser, which is your direct purview. And so I ask you some context setting questions. So you supervise 22,000 people, a budget of $67 billion. That's a lot of money. Of all that you do, how much of it is AI by either people or budget?
So thank you for that question. Before I get into the specific of how much of the 22,000 people in the government agency, as well as the $1 billion that we have, if I may do a little bit of context setting as well. So one of the unique position that my agency have, we also have a statewide responsibility over technology procurement as well as workforce. That's the CalHR. So in my perspective, even though 22,000 employees in the government agency, our responsibility for workforce training and purchasing is actually the entire state of California. So that's about 250,000 employees, and the purchasing power, I wouldn't even pretend to trying to cite a number there. Well, all of that, go ahead.
So on the procurement side.
Yes.
So some people hypothesize that California is the 4th or 5th largest economy in the world, but in a certain way, California is not a national government, and there are limitations on what California can do. The reason I'm asking about the size is whether a decision by California in procurement will have a knock-on effect on purchases by other states, whether you've talked to other states about coordinating procurement rules, and if so, what the size of the market that you're seeking to purchase in and influence over.
Correct. Again, apologies for not able to cite the number here, but a couple of things. Absolutely, California's purchasing power has an influential role. So much so when we're looking at the 3 category, when I'm looking at 3 category even though the regulatory part is legislature, we are actually looking at the procurement influence and somewhat of administrative regulation, if that's even the right, I'll put an air quote regulation because that's not the intent, but the administrative influence via our purchasing power does go a huge way influencing the market. I actually just came back from a visit from DC 2 weeks ago with multiple federal entities, and the federal entities when it comes to procurement is GSA. General Services, an administrator, and I had a direct chat about this. They are very interested in working with the state of California. First of all, already utilizing the procurement guidelines that was published back in March. 2, interested in further working with us to provide some type of more detailed procurement standards on what the GenAI, AI in general procurement would look like. 3, working with state of California to further implement some of these guidelines or standards, if you will, to see how to test out the market. Basically, without overselling our ability to influence in the via purchasing power, California is very mindful of the privilege that we have. But with that said, it's the same reason we were very, very careful. And when we are designing these procurement guidelines upfront, we did not do it in silo. We've consulted with our industry partners. We have consulted with over 20 community-based organizations, and many of them actually represents the vulnerable community. We have consulted with our academia partners. Berkeley and Stanford were specifically identifying in the executive order as our academic partnership. And we have also talked with local cities. I know San Jose is at the forefront of a lot of this, San Francisco, LA, as well as the federal entity. So that was the holistic approach that we're taking when we issue, and I would call it the version 1 of our procurement guideline, with a caveat that these procurement guideline needs to be updated frequently.
Thank you. Just one last observation. So I want to compliment you and the governor for the thoughtful way in which you've proceeded, first with the executive order and then the follow-up white paper, whatever you want to call it, from late last year, and then with the specific 5 procurement notices that you put out. I think it's very thoughtful. It's also very coordinated with the Biden administration and the president's executive order. But the question really is how to create a national infrastructure for thinking about and evaluating the use cases as opposed to the technology. And so at a kind of simplistic, cartoonish level, there's the European model, which in my view is over-regulatory. There's the Colorado model, which I think is also over-regulatory. There's the more transition model, which I would describe Biden and Newsom. How are we going to make sure that states and the federal government are on the same page and that we end up providing Americans with the most benefits and protections, as opposed to the cacophony of state activity that contradicts the federal government, states creating different procurement rules? How are we going to get to yes about the common and shared goals?
One thing that I can share, and just by having this dialogue, is that it's not the intent of the administration to create something that is subnational when it comes to the procurement guideline or some even I'll use the word governance in this case for a broader, because we're going to talk about workforce development as well as the privacy and security side of things. And that's why we are very much in regular conversation outside of GSA on the procurement side. We're also talking to NIST. In fact, the NIST standard is one of those standards that many entities cited as.
Sorry, could you just describe what NIST is? Because I'm not sure everybody's going to figure out who.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh, we used the acronym so much. I probably going to.
National Institute for Standards and
Technology Standard.
Part of the Commerce Department.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Sorry, and it is one of the most sought after, if you would, framework that was developed when it comes to risk management. And so when the executive order from the Biden administration was issued, NIST have further gone into further development on updating that risk management framework to reflect generative AI, because what they had was on AI. So when they're working on the update to the generative AI, they're having regular conversation monthly, sometimes even into the weeks, with the California team in updating that risk management framework. So that's one example on how we coordinate very closely to make sure that state level and national level doesn't, cross each other. 2, on the coming back to the specific procurement side of it, I want to draw a distinction of what we're working on. The 5 proof of concept, Commissioner, you mentioned, it was our intention to really trying to do a narrow case proof of concept utilizing generative AI. And from there, what type of rules and regulation that in the procurement aspect, or terms and conditions, I should say, in the procurement aspect that we need to put in to make sure that the data that we put in there, the outcome of these models that we have, who has the ownership and et cetera, et cetera. And instead of just simply creating guideline out of thin air, like a better term, we were very intentional to trying to do the proof of concept to inform our decision and through learning how to improve our terms and condition. The narrow case application via these proof of concept is different than another effort we're in the midst of evaluating. It's actually licensing some of these tools for everyday use, which, you heard about, people using ChatGPT, or I should mention Gemini for Google or Llama or any other products from the companies here that using that to help with their day-to-day work. That is a different purchasing requirement than you're purchasing a specific, tuning of a model for a narrow specific case. So we, the state of California, actually are contemplating both. And by doing some of these concepts, and hopefully the learning can help us to better identify what are the terms and conditions are involved.
Commissioner Hernandez has some questions.
No, thank you. And I'm less concerned about other states in Europe. I mean, California does what California does. I mean, Colorado doesn't have Silicon Valley, and Europe drives on the wrong side. So, but we lead. I mean, whether it's energy and we're leading, whether it's transportation, we're leading, whether it's cannabis, we led. But I mean, just simpler in terms of, I mean, we talk about, I mean, the benefits, we talk about the risks, we get that. We're going to start talking about access. I think you mentioned that since you're involved in community. But in simple terms, I mean, what is the vision in terms of your vision, your task? What makes what you're doing successful in 3 years?
What is the vision? We want to have a responsible adoption of generative AI in the state of California. And I emphasize the word responsible, and that is actually a quite heavy loaded. Why? Because we're trying to not follow the rush to say, use the latest and greatest, and because it's a fun thing to do. That might be great. We use that, we apply that into a very intentional sandbox area so we can test out what would be the negative side of it, what would be the risk by using something like that. Two, the responsible speaks to while we are testing out these new technology, which can inform, how do we better procure, we are having very regular conversation with our labor workforce, including the labor union, say, how would the utilization, or I should say the adoption of GenAI change how our workforce do their work? That to us, it's a top of a priority because there's a lot of fears of whether GenAI or introduction of GenAI is going to have a displacement on people's job. How it is private industry use generative AI is very different, and how it is public sector, in this particular case, state of California, looking at the purpose of adopting generative AI. So in the responsible part, I want to make sure that in the 3-year timeframe that you asked me, the vision, that we do not neglect, the impact to our workforce.
And just to summarize, so you're talking about the state workers' utilization of AI, because right now you don't want to, you're not going to opine on the private side.
I do not want to go into the private side, right? And then the third, just to wrap it up, the vision in the 3 years, we talked about the utilization of technology in a responsible way. We talked about the adoption of the technology in a responsible way in terms of looking at the impact to our workforce. The third that we also want to look at, and I hear the chair mentioning the hearing in Sacramento next month, we actually in July-August timeframe, will have a report on the study of what would be the adoption of generative AI impact on the vulnerable community, and what is the risk mitigation, towards that. Because public sector is here to serve our residents, and our residents in many cases needs to this level of attention as especially those that are vulnerable, to make sure that by utilizing generative AI in our delivery of a service doesn't further create inconvenience or unnecessary bias towards their receival of access to benefits. So those are the three main big area that we wanted to have in the responsible adoption of GenAI in the next 3 years.
And just one question to follow up from the earlier question in terms of procurement. I mean, obviously, when the state starts procuring a certain type of AI, there'll be an impact. I mean, is there a way you can do a comparative study in terms of when the state first started onboarding computers or starting onboarding different types of technology in terms of the impact it had on the market?
So let me make sure I understand the question. So this is like when the states start purchasing, how would this drive economic side of changes? Okay, I would take that as an action item to work with my partner at GoBiz, because that is their strong pursuit, to see if there's any data that we can track before and after.
Very good. Let me look at David Beyer again. Anybody else?
Okay. So I want to go to use cases.
Yes.
So roughly 20% of GDP, 20% of the economy is in healthcare. I think most commentators on GenAI believe that healthcare is the best and biggest and most immediate use case. California has a wonderful healthcare system at many levels. The University of California healthcare system, for example, has 4,700 licensed beds. It has hundreds and hundreds, thousands of doctors, and the state provides through Medi-Cal 40% of the health insurance for the citizens of the state. It's roughly 13 million people. So what specific plans does the administration have to integrate, it's a big, vague concept, generative AI in the medical record keeping about the delivery of care and facilitating the use of AI by providers to enhance health outcomes that are equitable? It's an easy one, right?
I wish my colleague, Dr. Margelli, is sitting next to me at this moment.
He might show up later.
He might show up later. That might be a good invitation to extend. So a couple of thoughts. First of all, Dr. Galli himself, along with his Health and Human Services Agency, has 2 of the 5 of a proof of concept that are actually undergoing as we speak. And he's definitely one of those early adopter and very enthusiastic of looking at how GenAI could help with this area. 2, I was at a Stanford California Health AI conference kickoff last week. They call it the CHAI. And if my colleague from Stanford are here, they probably would know about that. Lots of conversation there is specifically about the various health institute. Again, I do not want to come across any that I, even qualified to speak to about this part. But what I've heard from the conference, I thought was very intriguing. If I may share that, the utilization of GenAI in the health industry at this moment is very much they call it a back office support, as opposed to looking at what a doctor seeing a patient type of assistant, but more so is, for example, help taking, scribe of the information that was prepared, or pre-prepare patient's information to help speed up the visitation time that is required when a patient goes seeing their doctor. Coming back to what state of California is doing with the 2 use case that we are piloting, it's also both back office related. One of those is specifically using generative AI to see if we could assist with the inspectors who are inspecting the health facilities for compliance. And currently, many of those inspectors, they go inspect the facility, but then they have to go back, sit in their car to look at, hey, how are the finding that they have comply or non-compliant with the federal or state or local rules. That of itself takes a lot of time. So we're exploring the option to how do you speed that up with the use of generative AI. In return, the outcome is to keep the health facility open, more of them inspected in a faster pace to streamline that access. And then the second use case that we have is on language access, which to us is also more of a back office, but it's about explaining all the health benefits and everything else that the residents can receive in multiple language in a much more empathetic manner, not the Google Translate specific, nothing knocking on the Google Translate here. Hopefully Google is not listening, but, not a simple translation, but a lot more in-depth, knowledge conversion. And those are ways that the state of California at this moment in the narrow use case to see how we can improve health delivery utilizing AI.
Just an observation that I've been around long enough, particularly in the biotech sector, to see the Gartner hype cycle. That is, it's going to be great and everything's going to be wonderful and biotechnology is going to extend life and everybody's going to be healthy. And then the first use was to create more milk, which we didn't need at the time. So I would be cautious about overselling. I think some in the tech sector some years ago may have oversold social media positives and underplayed the detrimental components. Hopefully that's getting closer to equilibrium. But as the state proceeds, and this is related to our next hearing, the vulnerable population are the ones who have the least voice, at least opportunity to participate in events like this. And we need to be careful to not overpromise and to proceed kind of very, very cautiously based on a shared set of values. So again, I congratulate you and the governor for putting those values out there before you started the procurement process and keeping them front and center in everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sidley.
So I'm going to ask a question that hopefully is a little easier, not taking on the state healthcare system. I understand that there is a use, and I may be confusing AI, generative AI, but there's a huge use about using this technology to help CAL FIRE and with firefighting. And I'm wondering about your procurement process. If you find something like CAL FIRE where they can identify small fires and wind and put all that into some magical system and say, oh, this fire is going to go this particular direction, this is where we should put our people. Is the state implementing things like that now without waiting for us to come up with all of the other requirements to make sure that we protect people's safety and things like that? And do we share any of that with insurance companies and things like that? So we are doing a study on homeowners insurance, and I know that it is a huge problem for people in fire prone areas. So I would hate to think that we were waiting. So I'd love to hear sort of what we're doing.
So the short answer is we're not waiting.
Okay.
And in fact, in this case, it's actually AI technology that helps with the predictive analytics and projection of the direction of the fire. It's already implemented. And I think a few months ago, actually, the CAL FIRE's use case about utilizing AI was recognized by Time magazine as one of the most innovative adoption of AI. And it was, I don't want to claim credit for this, but at the initial of this adoption, there was a request for innovative idea procurement vehicle specifically utilized at the height of all the wildfires going rampant, specifically called out for innovative companies to come in to provide their solution. And that was done around, I believe it was 2019 timeframe. And then fast forward, not only that results of that procurement have resulted in companies providing their solution, it have actually accelerated to the fact that those companies have incorporated AI to further their ability to do predictive analytics and fire direction projection.
So then let me ask a follow-up question. Does the state provide sort of a platform where somebody can come in and experiment and try their programs? Do we pay for that? Do we have a P3 sort of program with that?
Yes, thank you for I actually have this in my talking points, so this is a perfect tee up. I was literally just gonna go in there, and I'll come back to the 5 proof of concept that we are currently doing for the GenAI was using a procurement process called Request for Innovative Idea. And it provides the company a 6 months window to come in and work with the state entity to test out and demonstrate their effort. And to us, this is much more worthwhile than somebody giving you a glossary presentation of their product. But what we're doing is we give them a platform to use the state data to demonstrate their ability, and we're paying $1 each for those demonstrations for the 6 months effort. If it's proving out to be workable, then the program departments have the ability to extend, or I should say promote from a proof of concept phase into a production phase, given that additional guardrail would be put in place. So currently, out of the 5 proof of case, we actually have 10 tests, if you will, that's happening. And the reason we're having 10 is not only we want the company to test it out to prove themselves, we actually have a competition. So each proof of concept has 2 test cases going on. So we call it a bake-off. So they can see actually who provides the best value. And that is our innovative platform to allow these innovations to taking place, timely.
Terrific. Thank you.
Please.
All right. Well, that covered the request for innovative idea RFS Square overview. So I'll skip right over that. So maybe I can touch a little bit about the sandbox, if you may. So the sandbox is something the executive order has specifically called out. So coming back to your question earlier about not only we have company that wanting to come in with a $1 to test out or to demonstrate their ability to deliver, it is more important for us, coming back to the responsible use of AI, that we actually is the very first state, and other states are looking at our model as well, including the federal, created a dedicated area, we call it the sandbox, to have a copy of the data that we're using for this demonstration, as well as working with this vendor. So whatever the tuning outcome of the model that they provide, those outputs are coming back to the sandbox. And all those are being tested in an isolated area, does not have an impact to the production system. And the sandbox being monitored 24/7, both from a cybersecurity aspect, as well as the transaction, so we can learn what it actually takes for these data and information going back and forth, so we can have a better projection. If these proven out to be valuable, what would be the level of effort involved in including to taking this into production environment. So that sandbox has already been established and its operation. And we're looking to continue this sandbox environment for the upcoming pilots that departments want to do. And I think that it's very important, is until we have more knowledge of exactly how the generative AI operates in an environment, I think it's very important that we have an isolated environment for these to be operated in. So that's the sandbox. I see a hand raise. Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No problem.
Doing it. I am by nature an optimist, but when I read the commission's excellent report, I was a little less than optimistic about what was going on and what could happen here. I appreciate the questions that my fellow commissioners have asked, but I really appreciate your very direct answers. And overall, you and the governor's response to this issue, because this is a scary issue for me, and I think for a lot of people. But you've made it a little less scary, and I think I'm back more to the optimistic side, but the day isn't over yet, so thank you.
Thank you for that. I coming back to why the sandbox is important to your point, we are taking this very seriously. That's why we emphasized the measure approach. I'm not kidding, and I'm sincere when I said when I was given the GenAI assignment, I literally wake up in the morning excited about it, and then within an hour is like, oh my goodness, what could this do? So if sometimes I feel like I have this, split personality just in the same day because of the risk and benefit evaluation of what GenAI could bring. That I know is being shared by many, and that's why we were very intentional. what we're trying to do here. If I could build one more, give you one more update on what we do and making sure we're doing this responsibly and very measured approach. In addition to the sandbox, the executive order have also called out, and we have completed a analysis on what generative AI would have impact on critical infrastructure. Now, so you're talking about the power grid, the dam and all that. And those analysis is not going to be a one-time, it's going to be a continued effort, but it's a recognition of the technology itself. It's a tool. If it gets into the back actor's hand, this tool can be a lot more dangerous than what we call a traditional or a conventional AI, because its ability to amplify a lot faster, its ability to learn on its own, to do something that folks may or may not even know what could that be. I think I'm bringing you back from the optimistic back to the not so much. So you're in good, we're in the middle right now. But I hope you can find that example as our responsible way of saying that we have to think very carefully this upfront and not necessarily be reactive when something bad happens. So that type of analysis is continuing on, and we're very diligent about it.
Thank you.
Let me ask about 2027, because this administration, and with its vision and its direction, and its ability to attract people like yourself, and I want to tell you, this morning, Commissioner Garcetti and I were lamenting what we see as a change with people in public service, and you represent exactly why it is so important to have people like yourself in public service. Looking at your areas of responsibility, your history, your resume, your intelligence, you are precisely the kind of person that Garcetti and I were saying we would suffer, the state would suffer were it not for people like yourself who have elected to put your skills to work for the public good. And in 2027, we're going to have a different governor. And I am sure that in looking at the work that you're doing and the people that you spend your time with on all of these subject areas, what thought has been given to be able to cement certain concepts so that they last beyond this administration?
First of all, thank you, Chair, for the kind words. I know I'm not unique in terms of folks that are very dedicated their career to serving California, because it's a mission-driven career. And I know that I'm in good company with many folks like me with this type of background and experience to continue serving the administration. But as you called out, 2027, different governor, and by then, who knows, given the pace of a generative AI, things have evolved a lot. That's why, as coming back to the earlier Commissioner Hernandez's question, what are you envisioning in 3 years? I mentioned workforce development. It's a top priority. What I mean by that, if I can go into a little bit more details, workforce development to us are multiple angles. First of all of the workforce that we are responsible in supporting the state of California, that's 250,000 of them, we want to make sure that generative AI or just AI topic of itself is not something that when they look at it, they have a reaction to it. A reaction, whether it's a hype or reaction, whether it's a fear, both are reaction. What we really are honing in, and we actually have a workforce development report coming up in July per executive order, is to provide a series of training to make sure that people's understanding of generative AI becomes their everyday vocabulary. Why is that important? Because in order for adoption to be done in a responsible way, people first need to understand what this means. So that's number one in the broader workforce. The broader workforce aside, now you come into the specialized workforce, whether these are the technology specialists that might be administering these tools, whether these are the program specialists who needs to be responsible in looking at the outcomes of these tools, whether these are the legal experts or privacy expert, procurement expert, who are needing to be responsible to making sure the wraparound service are put in place. Those specialized training is something that we're actively working with our industry partners to see how they can bring in resources to help. In this case, we're going beyond the 250,000 employee in the state of California. We're actually working in conjunction with education system, which is the community California Community, I forgot what the last for, CCC, as well as CSU and UC. So these are the three public school education system, higher ed. We are in conversation with them. They're very, very engaged and very interested in how do you bring information about the specialized training to faculty, train the trainer. Once the faculties are equipped with the information, how would they help with career development into the students? And third, for those that are looking for a mid-career change, many of them actually go back to the CCC for mid-career change. How do you provide those type of retraining as an upskilling or reskilling opportunity? So that is the workforce development vision that we have. So by 2027, hopefully it's not an Amy Tong of itself, it's really the entire pack of individuals with this type of knowledge and experience can lift up.
All right. Commissioner Irene.
Good morning. This is a real learning curve for me. All right, but I need to go back a little bit. All right, having been involved in numerous technology developments when I was in the legislature, and even before that when I was a staffer. Okay, I've lived through CalWIN. I've lived through SAWS. I've lived through the Medi-Cal implementation. I've lived through home supportive services implementation. All of the state's technology programs, okay? I've lived through them, particularly in the health and human services world, right? And so that doesn't give me a lot of optimism, let's put it that way, in regards to how good we are at doing what we do, okay? And so I'm interested, because I don't understand all of this, right? You talked about it, you used the word infrastructure a little while ago, bridges, our energy lines, all of that. To me, infrastructure, it's all of those technology systems that we currently use in the state that affect our citizens, right? Whether or not they are at-risk citizens, most of them in the systems I just laid out are at risk. That's who those families are. So I'm kind of interested in how, because you have the beginning, those are to me the kind of the basic standardized systems that we use, right? EDD, I mean, we can't even, there's no reason to spend time talking about EDD. Before that, the DMV, right? And so how does this all play out with all of those, to me, which are kind of indigenous systems, right, that we've developed over the years that we've been troubled by and fiscal, right, which everybody talks about, which I don't even understand what fiscal is. I just know to say the words. But how does that all, how does generative AI deal with, are those the things that we're going to be building upon? Because if so, given how tenuous they are even today, okay, that worries me. And so I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I would say, first of all, I do want to acknowledge your concern, because the technology track record in the state of California, unfortunately, hasn't been at the best that we want. But it doesn't mean that we haven't learned from those challenges and continue to strive to improve from it. And which is why when it comes to the generative AI, as much as people are thinking, oh, generative AI is another technology tool, the first thing coming out of our approach in looking at this is not a technology initiative. This is a business transformation effort that we need to put a lot of emphasis on the outcome of what this would affect, as opposed to the gadget and the technology and the creation of that technology. And let me draw the distinction between that view versus, the fiscal, the EDD, the DMV system you're looking at. For those that you have described, SAWS and all that, those are actually very much building, through an effort, a application system that department would use. And those many are custom built, they're monolithic, they're complex. And many times, unfortunately, they are warranted just simply because of the complex policy and procedures the states are dealing with. When we're looking at generative AI, it's not about using the generative AI to build another version of those large systems to support those departments, but instead is looking at the generative AI, how they can use as a more enabling tool, not for the technologist, but from our program staff, the analyst, the call center agents who are at the front end receiving the calls. And one example for that is that imagine that a call center agent that have the assistance from generative AI when they receive a call coming in, whether it's EDD, or in this case, we actually have a test case for a sales and income tax department's call agent to test it out. They would be prompted with potential solutions or questions preemptively, understanding, where the questions are coming in and start leading to a certain type of information. And that would help the agent to be a lot more proactive and focus in providing response to our customer. Now, the underlying technology of the call center doesn't change. However, the knowledge base that is on top of that call center and provide that type of response to the call agent is really assisting the call agent themselves. So to me, the generative AI is an augmentation to how people deliver their work, not so much of a huge system replacement as those that you were mentioned, as fiscals or other system departments are going through. So that's the difference in how we're looking at implementation of Gen AI.
But it's still an issue of garbage in, garbage out, right? Because it's relying on systems, right, where there have been incredible difficulties in regards to the information that gets put into them, right, and then how it's used. And so I get what you're saying, okay? But I guess I still worry that as long as those systems have significant issues in the information that they contain because of the workforce that puts them in, and I'm not being critical of that workforce, right. That's not the issue, right? But is AI going to be able to differentiate or do anything about the quality of the information that they are basing their new ideas on about what's the new roadmap for that particular client?
The systems that were facing challenges earlier, the garbage in, garbage out reference, we call it it's a data quality issue, right? And the data quality issue in a traditional large monolithic system, it unfortunately just carry those type of data quality issue. That is something I'm actually really, really glad you pointed out so specifically. That is one of those lessons learned that we have from the challenges of implementing those large systems, is that you could have a beautifully designed system. The technology itself is not the issue. If you don't have a good bad data running in a good system, it's still going to be a bad outcome, right? In Gen AI proof of concept, we are focusing on outcome, not so much whatever the system that supports it. And therefore, data scrubbing, data cleansing, it's actually the very first prerequisite when we are looking at the adoption of Gen AI. And in fact, I know, I'm sure earlier you want to talk about a little bit of the use case, and I didn't have a chance to go into the preparatory work for a successful test case is you have a good sets of data, and using that data to test the capability of the Gen AI models to see if it's a help enhance the knowledge that we have or actually, gets worse. But if the outcome proven to be, hey, this is still not helpful, then that analysis needs to go in. Is it because of the Gen AI tool itself wasn't very robust, or is it we continue to have a data issue? If it is, let's not just invest into a black hole. So you're absolutely right. Information plays a key role, and even more so in the adoption of Gen AI, and that is something that we're very, very mindful of.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here. I saw Mr. Abbo nodding his head up and down at some of the points that were just made. And so we're going to go to you just now. And let me say to Ron and Luis, you guys owe her lunch. She carried all the water today, taking questions from the commissioners and just demonstrating once again the level of competence that this administration enjoys with those of you that have dedicated your lives to public service. I want to express on behalf of the commission our gratitude for your participating today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Ed Abbo, who serves as President and Chief Technology Officer at C3 AI. In this role, he leads strategy and execution, including technology direction, innovation, and customer service. Prior to C3, Mr. Abbo was Senior Vice President at Oracle Corporation, where he was responsible for its application products. Prior to joining Oracle in 2006, he was Senior Vice President of Engineering and Chief Technology Officer for Cybel Systems. Mr. Abbo earned a Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering from Princeton University. Mr. Abbo, you may begin your testimony.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. What I propose to do is give you 1 minute background on the company that I represent, which is C3 AI, which is in the business of building AI applications for a number of different industries, which I'll cover. So I'll give you 1 minute on the company. 2 minutes on the use cases or the applications of AI that we've basically seen. And then I'll also wrap up with 2 minutes on the technology and responsible deployment of AI. How does that sound?
Well, it sounds as though you've studied the commission.
The very honorable commission, but thank you for the opportunity, and I'll just proceed along those lines. I provided a lengthy written testimony, but I'll try and summarize and focus on the key points. So first, C3 AI. So we, as a company, have been in business for 15 years. And started in the energy space, actually, serving power utilities and companies that use a lot of power. So that's kind of our roots. But today we design, develop, and deploy and help operate large scale predictive analytic and now generative AI applications. We're extended beyond energy now. So we also work with the financial institutions, Department of Defense, the intelligence community, manufacturing, food, agriculture, et cetera, healthcare. And our customers include, we're honored to have Riverside in California, as well as San Mateo County, Bank of America, Shell, Con Edison in the power sector, companies like Dow, Cargill, Quest Diagnostics, NSF, DoD. Where we fit in the technology stack is as AI applications. So we leverage the great technologies of the likes of Google Cloud and Amazon. We also leverage NVIDIA technologies and other chips. So we basically are focused on delivering value to these customers that I rattled off. The applications, so we have 90 pre-built applications. And the reason why we pre-built them is so that we could accelerate deployment and time to value. And these basically go across streamlining operations of customer service, critical infrastructure protection and operations, manufacturing and supply chains to make those more resilient to disruption, and finance, legal, and procurement back office functions. We firmly believe that this technology has potential to deliver a step function change in government services, as well as the other companies that we support, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in energy delivery, education, transportation, law enforcement, et cetera. One of the primary benefits, or at least primary and initial benefits of generative AI, is to enhance the customer service experience for public benefits programs. And I really believe that we can simplify a lot of those engagements with constituents. So initially, it's by providing fast and accurate answers to constituents' questions and helping them navigate what are inevitably complex benefits, rules, and requirements there. So for example, covered California, GenAI can help call center agents and constituents quickly and correctly answer questions about benefits eligibility, coverage details, costs, financial assistance, and the enrollment process. This would help reduce long call center average handle times. Sometimes we understand sometimes these are as lengthy as 40 minutes, which anyway, is very long. And obviously it can also improve the accuracy of responses and alleviate challenges resulting from resource shortfalls and also help improve accessibility. We're demonstrating
one quick question on that one.
Yeah.
Poverty groups have for the longest time worked on this concept of a universal application. So it's frustrating that low-income individuals have to repeatedly prove that they're poor. So they'll sign up for CalWorks, they'll sign up for Lifeline, for energy, for all these different programs. Do you think AI might be able to help in that effort in terms of kind of identifying, having some kind of presumptive eligibility and say, hey, these, they're all on the same address, they're all the same income, they might be eligible for all these different programs?
I think it can, and there are really two. I kind of look at AI and generative AI in two levels. One is the concept of data aggregation from lots of systems. So that's one. And the challenge with lots of systems is that the same person has a different identifier in each system. And so that's one of the core capabilities is the ability to navigate, to use a less technical term, the different systems and unify the data from across those systems. So that's actually has as a use of AI, but is really a data integration aggregation problem, so to speak. Now, once you've done that, you can then serve all these benefits programs and not put the constituent through a lot of questioning, if I understand your question correctly. Yeah.
How many employees does your company have?
C3AI is a 1,000 person company, and roughly half are in Redwood City.
I'm only curious, like, these 90 programs or whatever, and to the comment about, people being concerned about jobs. I was just wondering how many people you have employed to do this. So thank you.
Yeah. I have another commissioner with a question, Commissioner Beyer.
Yeah, I want to follow up on my fellow commissioner's question about poverty programs and a little bit on Commissioner Ehrener's observations. There's a book written by Jennifer Palka, Recoding America. You're probably familiar with the book because it focuses on, in part, food stamps or SNAP benefits.
Yep.
And it points out, I think, a pretty stark reality that poor people exist in Oregon and in California. And in Oregon, 100% of the eligible participants in the SNAP program sign up. In California, it's 70%. So there's an underlying problem of access. And back to the hype doom cycle, I don't hear you saying this, but I think we all need to take a deep breath. Generative AI isn't going to solve that problem. I think that's Commissioner Ehrener's point. You have to be able to have a focus on the outcomes of the work in order to be able to do things. And portraying AI as a helper is a good step, but fixing a call center doesn't fix the program. And so I'm hoping that we don't come away with the sense that AI can solve all the implementation problems, but that it can highlight where those problems exist so that policymakers can focus on them with the right values.
Yeah, it's a thank you for pointing that out. And I think one of the things that it can do is actually free up resource. And so if you're not tying up an agent for 40 minutes, and you can answer the question in under a minute, then that frees up resource that can be redeployed to other things. So I think there's cost savings that are possible from here that can be reapplied to other areas that are beyond my pay grade. So.
Yeah, of course, please.
May I, since we've interrupted you, let me continue with this.
I'm only at the beginning of the second part of
okay,
outline. Three parts.
Maybe you'll address this later on, but what interests me, given my own background, is there a role for AI in the criminal justice system? Let me specifically point to two things. Domestic violence cases, really tough cases for complicated reasons. I won't go into all the reasons, but maybe there, or in the sentencing process for the court and for the district attorney's office. District attorney's office has the responsibility of recommending a particular sentence. The judge has the power and the authority and responsibility to give the appropriate sentence. And go even a step further, I hadn't really thought about it, but it's coming to mind. What about in the parole board hearings? Is there a role there for AI? I kind of doubt that, but maybe the others. But do you have any feeling about that?
I think so. You pointed out something very important in all the systems that we deploy is that the final decision is really in the hands of a person, and I think that's important to that's important to apply in any domain or field that you're applying AI to. So having said that, we work with an organization in the Department of Defense called DCSA, which is the Defense Counter Surveillance Agency. And so they do personnel vetting. So when you apply for a security clearance, they basically are the ones that go through and look at all the information you have. And the challenge with that process is that one, it's backlogged, and then second is that they assess every 5 years. So in that 5-year period, anything could happen with the individual. And so the idea is we can assess every second or every minute by aggregating data from different sources. And as a Department of Defense employee, you have access. The department has access to information about financial and other travel information, et cetera. And so the nature of this system and any other AI system is to be able to ingest data from different sources and unify them and then apply algorithms to really kind of anticipate or predict changes in behavior of people. And so I think that concept applies maybe to some of the areas that you mentioned. And the reason I went through that is really to kind of give you a sense of how do these systems work? What they're doing is they're basically doing the heavy lifting for an individual, from having to go log into the driver DUI system to has the person been incarcerated, to all these other systems, social media, and then they bring all this information together and basically look at prior patterns and then predict or anticipate new patterns. So bottom line is, yes, I do think there's applications of AI there, with the caveat that ultimately it's an individual who makes any decision.
Commissioner Irene has a question.
And sorry, if I could make one more comment on that, which is we always, the systems always raise a recommendation. This substation is likely to fail, and there's an evidence package. And that's an important concept in AI, is explainability. And so why does the system think this transformer is about to fail? So that evidence package is important to an individual to be able to assess. So I apologize.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So I spent a majority of my life in the public sector, right? In the last 20 years or so in the private sector, meaning that I was impacting the public sector, but from the private sector, right? But I'm also a consumer, okay? And I'm going through a particular time in my life when I'm having to call up the private sector on a regular basis to change this and to change that. And I'm interested in and waiting an hour maybe at a time to talk to one of those large corporations, okay, who all I need to do is to change a name on an account, but I still wait an hour. And so I'm kind of interested in why isn't, because everybody always complains that government, right, that government doesn't know what it's doing, that it's slow and all of that. I think large corporations are incredibly bureaucratic, to say the least, okay? So what's their experience? Why aren't they doing something? Why do I have to wait an hour to change a name on our PG&E bill or on whatever it is I'm dealing with this week, okay? Why aren't they engaged in dealing with the customer, the quality of the customers, you know, their experience? It doesn't seem to me like they're doing it. We're all going to demand it from the state, and I'm pleased that we're demanding it from the state. But why? What's going on here in the private sector that we can learn from? Because everyone always says, let's just learn from the private sector. Well, I'm learning on a daily basis, right? And it is torture.
I completely agree with you, by the way. So it's not like the commercial or the private sector is significantly more advanced in many of these areas, such as customer service. So I would agree with you, and I think that part of, you know, with generative AI, it's relatively new technology that people are adopting as fast as they can. So I anticipate there will be changes, but I don't think that in that particular case the government is behind the commercial sector. So.
Okay.
So GenAI can also help less experienced workers to quickly troubleshoot complex operations and maintenance issues as effectively as more experienced operators. And I'm happy to expand on that, but this is a way to bring new employees up the learning curve very rapidly by having AI kind of guide through a workflow, so to speak. So the implications of these applications, challenges related to employee turnover and talent shortage is significant. I was going to cover off what we're doing with Riverside and San Mateo County for a minute, because I think those are interesting use cases. Riverside County was looking to improve accuracy, fairness, and defensibility of residential and commercial property assessments. So they deployed C3AI property appraisal in about 6 months. So these are pretty fast systems to deploy. It's not building a brand new, DMV system. And what the system does is it fuses. It takes data from the county's property records, geospatial data, and real estate listings from the likes of MLS to automatically appraise 97% of properties in the county. And it does that in minutes rather than days and weeks of time. It has improved the assessment accuracy by approximately 40%, leading to, these are their numbers, projected annual cost savings of $5 to $7 million. Riverside is now deploying GenAI to aggregate data from California's revenue and tax code, Board of Equalization guidelines, and county assessment policies to empower appraisers to address a taxpayer's inquiries within minutes. San Mateo County and its 15 local police departments adopted C3 law enforcement to accelerate crime investigations and enhance collaboration across the agencies, the 15 police departments. Within 3 months of deployment, C3 law enforcement significantly reduced investigation times for violent property crimes from weeks to days by aggregating data from over 70 distinct sources and sharing cases LPR hits, that's license plate reader hits, 911 calls, and body-worn camera footage across all agencies in the county. As a result, lives have been saved and organized crime rings uncovered, and San Mateo County has received national recognition for this achievement. And an area that's near and dear to my heart is the California energy sector. So AI can be applied to predict potential critical equipment malfunction in advance of catastrophic failure, accurately forecast grid load and distributed load generation capacity, integrate renewables, detect grid disturbances that can be precursors to failure and wildfires, and secure energy infrastructure from cyber attack. So those are some of the use cases. I'll wrap up in just 1 minute, if you allow, about responsible deployment of AI. So, so governments require secure and verifiable responses from these systems. If deployed as is, there are challenges with these large language models, because all they're doing is basically, think of it as auto-completion technology. So it's a language model. So they are prone to random responses, something called hallucination. So they'll make stuff up if they don't know the answer. So this is the part that scares you, and I'll bring you back from the precipice. Right. Lack of data access controls and cybersecurity risks. As I like to say, you can't run an organization on hallucination. So what we're doing to satisfy enterprise and government GenAI requirements requires what's referred to as an advanced retrieval augmented generation approach, also known as RAG. You'll hear that acronym. So you use the large language model for is to interpret the question and reason on data that's retrieved from trustworthy sources. So the sources are basically the information is retrieved and fused from disparate source systems, as I mentioned before, and it might be in different formats. So they might be text, images, there might be telemetry off the grid, and structured data. I refer to that as omnimodal data. So it's not data of one sort, i.e. documents. It's documents, data from the DMV systems, data from grid infrastructure, what have you. So with that retrieval augmented generation approach, the responses from these systems are, one, traceable to trustworthy sources for transparency. So you can trace it and say, this answer came from this benefits document, and you can actually see where it came from. So it's traced down to ground truth, so to speak. If you ask, it's deterministic. If you ask the same question twice, you'll get exactly the same answer. That's comforting. And then it's hallucination-free for reliable responses. If it doesn't have the answer in its corpus of knowledge, it'll say so. I don't know, rather than hallucinate and make something up. And then the responses are consistent with data privacy protection and strictly enforce access controls. So if you don't have access to, if you don't have the authorization to access a piece of information, it won't let you do so. And enterprise requirements, think banks, Department of Defense, intelligence communities, also ensures these GenAI systems are deployed in ways to ensure there's no data exfiltration. So you're not losing information from them, and then they're IP liability free. That topic has been in the press. So those are my remarks on the technology. In conclusion, the applications of AI can significantly lead to significant improvements in efficiency, cost savings, safety, and quality of life for Californians. And thank you. allowing me to share the prepared remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Abbo. I think, given the areas that you've identified in this, which are consistent with what we've discussed, AI for benefits, healthcare, environmental protection, education, transportation, energy, you've anticipated the sorts of things that commissioners have expressed an interest in.
Super.
And so I think that speaks well for your predictive model. Thank you.
They're trained over 15 years. So
thank you very much for your presentation. Much appreciated. Dan?
Our next witness is Shane Witnov, who serves as the Privacy and Public Policy Director at Meta, where he has worked for over 9 years. Prior to joining Meta, Mr. Witnov worked for several law firms specializing in intellectual property rights, as well as privacy litigation and counseling. He also served as clerk to U.S. District Court Judge Ronald M. White. Mr. Witnov holds a law degree from Berkeley Law. Mr. Witnov, you may begin your testimony.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Got allegiances on both sides. It's an honor to be here and to represent Meta. Thank you for having me and excited for the conversation. I have some brief introductory remarks. I was going to give a little bit of context on generative AI overall, talk a little bit about Meta's position in the space and the types of things we're working on, and then wanted to mention briefly why we think an open or open source approach is so important for at least some aspects of this. But as I have seen, please interrupt. Happy to turn this into a conversation at any point. So while AI is not new to Meta or the broader tech industry, we have reached a new inflection point, as we've been talking about today, with new development, with new techniques, new software, new chips, and the development of generative AI. We've reached a new potential that seems likely to have a transformative effect. We've invested heavily in responsible development of artificial intelligence for more than a decade, because we believe that AI has the potential to bring immense benefits to California residents, businesses, our state government, and people around the world. From improving productivity to helping reduce healthcare costs and outcomes with new scientific discoveries, to contributing to solving societal problems like climate change. Businesses, startups, and academics and nonprofits across the world, and especially in Silicon Valley, are investing heavily in AI as a driver. McKinsey recently estimated that generative AI could add 2.6 trillion to 4.4 trillion annually to the global economy. And we hope that California will be a leader in driving that. Now more than ever, there's a need for government, industry, academia, and civil society to work together to set common and harmonized AI standards and governance models. Codes of practice, standards, and guardrails should be agreed upon consistently around the world so that California communities and communities across the world have confidence and trust in the AI solutions being developed. I'm going to talk briefly about the generative AI products we offer and why we think an open approach is important to that. Since the earliest days of Meta and Facebook at the time, of Newsfeed in 2006, AI has been fundamental to the services we're offering. Whether it's feed ranking, community discovery, personalized ads, or content moderation, different types of AI models and systems drive all of those products. Generative AI models are an entirely new class of enabling an entirely new class of products and experiences, which we are developing to help users better connect and express themselves across our family of apps, as well as to better serve the businesses on our platforms to reach and engage with customers. AI is also going to be central to building the metaverse, which will unlock new opportunities for us to connect with each other. Meta's investments here in the Bay Area and around the US have supported national and local economies as AI is becoming a key economic engine. Just over the last 2 months, Meta has announced significant improvements to Meta AI, our AI assistant that is available across our products, improved image generation tools, and the rollout of Meta AI on our Ray-Ban smart glasses that enable people to ask the AI about the things about their surroundings and to even get translations of signs or menus they might be looking at. In addition to building generative AI into our own products, we are also making the underlying models available. This ecosystem of open models has had a profound impact on the landscape of generative AI. since the initial release of Llama 1, our large language model, our models have been down, and that was in February 2023. Our models have been downloaded hundreds of millions of times, and tens of thousands of derivative models have been created from them.
Mr. Witt, sorry to interrupt you.
Please.
But you know, we kind of do that and appreciate your going along with us. Commissioner Beyer.
I'd like to explore this open source friction. It's real. You have one position, companies on the other side who are in favor of closed systems have a different position. And again, I'm old enough to have been involved in working in the White House back in the day when the internet was called electronic commerce, and we were struggling with open source software. And so I'm familiar with the debate, but maybe you could, at least before I start asking you questions about it, explain the difference between the approach you've taken and the approach that other companies like OpenAI have taken, what the friction points are around public policy, and touch briefly, if you could, on cybersecurity and the potential for open source to advance the interest of smaller companies.
Yep, happy to. And I think one thing I just to touch on and to frame the start, I think the tension continues to play out. I also think the tension is less pronounced than it has been, and the opinions have been evolving. So for a while, we were one of the only companies releasing significantly open source models. That has been changing. Google now has...
Explain what open source means.
Apologies. Thank you. So open source is freely available for others to take, use, and modify for research, commercial, other basis. There's different types of open source licenses. Within the software industry, there are very standardized open source models. There's a few different ones. People pick and choose, but they're very standardized. In the generative AI space, it's less well-defined what open source exactly means. There's different expectations on it. Meta has taken one point of view on that is a little less, we'll say, purist, and we have gotten some criticism for that. Part of our open source license includes restrictions on how you may use that license. That includes things like you may not use it for illegal purposes. There's some basic like responsible practices that we think are important to embed in those licenses. And so we've gotten some criticism for the restrictions we put on them. So there's debate in the space. There's also debate in the space as to what you are expected to make generally available as part of that. So we have made the models, the model weights, and we have extensive documentation on them. We have not made the underlying training data available as part of that. There's some that...
Stop there and help explain large language models, what they are, where the data comes from, and what the risks are associated with either corrupted or biased data, and why that's a big deal. And so why the criticism of not making accessible the training data.
Yeah, so large language models, what we've been talked about, the systems that drive these generative AI products are based on taking very large data sets and processing that information and basically building statistical models on top of them. The previous witness called it autocomplete, and I think that's actually a very good analogy. These are statistical models that, given the previous input, every word to date, they predict what is the next most likely word you would expect to get, and they produce that word. Then they look at everything previously and predict the next word and predict the next word. And we've gotten to a point where these are very powerful tools that look like you are talking to a human or talking to a system, but they're just predicting what the next word is. Then companies are building different pieces on top of that to give new functionalities, but at their core, these are statistical models predicting the next word. Those predictions are based on the underlying data set that the model was trained on. So depending on what is in that underlying data set, it will predict different next words. To the early analogy of garbage in, garbage out, if you put garbage in, the statistical model is likely to predict garbage as your next word. So how you take the data set, how you clean the data set, what weights you give to different parts of the data set, the training is an iterative process. there's human feedback review, there's lots of different types of reinforcement learning as part of these models that help tweak and train and teach them to teach the chatbot how to have a conversation. You have to that's not necessarily inherent. You have to train that in. And so you actually start with models that have no idea how to communicate with humans and are very difficult to use. And then most companies then train a version that is a conversational version that works a lot like a chatbot, because that is easy for us to interact with. That is an interface we all understand. So there could be lots of problems potentially of underlying bias in the systems. I think one way to think about these systems is by default, they will probably reflect the biases of the world, the biases as reflected on whatever the training corpus is. In many cases, for these large models, the training corpus is publicly available data on the internet to a large degree, augmented with other sets of data. And so they will reflect what exists on there. So if you want it to reflect something else, or you are worried about biases or concerns that exist in those larger training sets, that's additional research that's very important to do and very part of our process of looking for those biases, running evaluations on what you produce to understand those biases, and then through fine-tuning or other processes work to correct those underlying biases.
So to give you a concrete example from the European regulatory scheme, predictive policing, they decided, okay, well, this is a potentially scary thing. And so at the border, they may have iris scans, or they may have other data that are generated to determine somebody being a terrorist. So the Europeans have said, well, before we go there, we should have essentially pre-market approval. So that pre-market approval would entail, I'm assuming, a review of the data sets that go into the determinations that would be made by governments about risk and crime and things like that. So the Europeans have come up with categories of activity that they think are kind of per se dangerous or problematic. Relating to open source, do you believe that open source would help prevent the abuse of generative AI, or would it, by not disclosing the training materials, run the same risk as the closed systems?
I think it depends on, there's different ways of evaluating systems. And so while looking at the underlying data is one place, the weights that each of those data points is given is obviously like a very important part. So there's many pieces in building the model. At the end of the day, one of the most important things is the evaluations you run on the finished product and how it works. And so for the system you described, it could be a fully open source system. More likely it would be built on an open model that then was further fine-tuned and used probably proprietary data. You wouldn't expect you wouldn't want criminal databases to be generally publicly available for inspection under a traditional sort of open source model. It's possible that in this specific case, like there'd be a special review board or something like that that could inspect the data. But I think you would want to look to the results of the system. There's also lots of ways, and this is part of why we think it's important to make the models available, is there's lots of additional research, testing, and inspection you can do on the models themselves to understand how they work. You brought up cybersecurity, to test them, to find weaknesses in them that are not possible in closed systems, that both help iterate and improve on that model itself, but also the ecosystem. We've seen examples of vulnerabilities identified even in Llama that were actually the same vulnerabilities that existed on closed systems. They weren't able to discover them by probing the closed systems. You're able to discover them by probing an open system where you can actually inspect it with more detail.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was talking about the products we've launched. Yeah, so Llama, our Llama models, so that's our open source, our main open source models, which we've made commercially available. They've been downloaded hundreds of millions of times and tens of thousands of derivative models. And many companies have made the Llama family of models core to their platform, and the impact on their businesses has been remarkable. So just to give a few examples, in California, already Stanford and Berkeley researchers have been heavily working on both models. So Stanford built Alpaca, building upon the llama joke, as a research model that's been widely used across academia. And then Berkeley researchers have been advancing the state of the art in how to create more efficient large language models by building on top of llama and running experiments on it. SAMA, based in Campbell, California, accelerates medical clinical development using an open source biomedical language model that they built on top of Llama 3. And then Nexus Raven, another Palo Alto startup founded by Berkeley professors and Stanford PhDs, is using Llama to build specialized assistants for computer coding. Those are just a few examples.
Just a quick question. I'm wondering what Meta does in order to make sure that people comply with the license. I mean, downloading and using it as many times as you've indicated, I can't imagine that you do, but somehow you must, right?
So there's a bunch of different layers in the stack of how we think about deploying these models responsibly. And I think one of the places we may get to in this conversation, and I think goes back to the foundation of some of the open source debate, is in all of this, it's a risk-based approach. So you do extensive analysis and thinking about the possible risks of what you're doing. You assess those risks, you mitigate those risks, and determine if the risks are sufficiently mitigated that you feel comfortable making it available in a closed system, in an open system, what level of access you're giving. So the license restrictions I mentioned is just one of the many, many protections we think about, and in some ways view it as, it is a license we could enforce if we found people were violating it. But we also work to make the models as safe as possible, the underlying models as safe as possible, and assessing the risk there. We also, I think, much more practically provide a bunch of tools for the developers to easily make them safe. So as I mentioned, the underlying model is not an application in of itself. It's a tool that you then need to build a system on top of, an application on top of, for people to actually use. So we have a parallel initiative called Purple Llama that is a series of open source safety tools that are ready to go out of the box that you can deploy on top of the underlying model that provide additional protections, making it safe. So some of those are evaluations, including cybersecurity evaluations. So you can assess how, after the modifications you have made, the model still performs. There are also content and safety moderation tools that sit on top of the model, evaluating inputs and outputs, and help make it safe. And then we have kind of an extensive responsible user guide that are helping, that help people think about how to deploy the models in safe ways.
Aren't you, though? I mean, based on what you've just told me, you've assumed that the people who are using the product are going to use it lawfully. How would you find out if they're using? I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't put this out as open data. I'm just wondering, if I want to do terrible things, evil things, how would Meta know that, or don't you?
Yeah, so it's a great question. That we use different tools for monitoring. One of the aspects of providing it openly is we do not get reports back, and in fact, there's a flip side of that. That is one of the upsides is you can take our models, go use them on your system, and you don't have to share anything with Meta. You don't have to give us any data. We don't have to know about it. And so there's been a lot of interest in medical use cases. Nothing about that has to involve Meta. You can use our underlying models. You can go put them in your lockdown, HIPAA compliant, secure systems, and that data is kept private. That's something that's different on if you're using an API-based system where some amount of that data is inherently being shared with the underlying provider, and they have appropriate and expected contractual agreements on how they're treating it, but it does provide another model of it. So in terms of how we monitor, we have a bug bounty program. So we actually financially incentivize people to report problems and issues in our system. We have as part of the GitHub repository, you can report issues. We actively monitor things like social media and news and other things where we hear about bad if we hear about bad or inappropriate uses or problems, then we can further investigate. And we also, there's different actors in the ecosystem. And obviously, you are getting at basically the bad actors in the ecosystem. And so that is a threat model we think about in assessing the risk and deploying these models. And so people often talk about CBRN, chemical, biological, radioactive, I'm butchering the acronym. And then in addition to that, cyber. And so we think about, we test for, and we red team with external experts on those issues. And so you usually look for uplift studies. So relative to what is publicly available on Google or the information you can get out there, how much does access to this model change what you can do in those particularly concerning domains? And the UK Safety Institute just released a study on this, but largely in most of those domains at this point, they're across many different models. There is no meaningful or very little meaningful uplift.
Thanks.
I think.
Is he finished?
I don't know. You got a question?
Yeah, sure.
Here all day.
What do you think?
Yeah, right. What do you think?
So I'm not sure I completely understood the tension between the open source and the closed source. There are different trade associations in Washington, D.C. fighting about this every day. So help me understand what the tension is over. And because there's a second dispute, as far as I can understand, on regulation. There's sort of to oversimplify it, the kind of laissez-faire industry code folks who want minimal government regulation. And then there's another group who want more regulation. And so the ones who are on the minimal side accuse the other side of wanting regulations to shut out small and medium-sized enterprises and to stifle innovation. So there's a whole tens of millions of dollars lobbying dispute between you and other people. That dispute is going to come to Sacramento. And so what I'm trying to do is elicit, what are the interests? You don't have to name the sides, but at least help us understand what are the policy disputes that are relevant for state government and state policymakers between the different business models and the approach to regulation. So we've got legislation by Senator Wiener, it's passed the Senate. That's a pretty regulatory approach. And so I'm trying to figure out like who's on what side and why.
Yeah, I mean, so I think there's two sides to that coin. There's the business model side of the coin, and then there is the risk assessment side of the coin. And on both of them, there's strong differing views. On the business side of the coin, there are different players in the ecosystem who have different models. Those that are mostly operating the closed models, they have a business model based on charging for access to those models. So those are highly valuable, and the fewer other models in the market, that works well for that business model. That is not the business that we are in. We're in a very different business. We provide a platform for people to share content. We benefit if there's lots of great content in the world that people are excited to share on our systems, and we don't particularly care where that content is being created, as long as it's good, high quality content that people are excited about. So it puts us in a very different position in the ecosystem than some of our peers. On the risk side of the coin, if you get a room full of AI experts, there are very differing opinions on the risks of what the systems present or will present in the near future and our ability to mitigate those risks. And so I think that comes down to how do we as a society assess risks of these systems? What is acceptable risk? What is unacceptable risk? And how do we insure against those risks? And how confident are we about how that will change in the future? So the big criticism that is lobbed at open source is that if in the future we discover a vulnerability in that system, there is no pulling it back. It is in the world and the bad actors have access to it. One of the counters to that is we are generally quite confident we are not there yet. And by open sourcing models today, we are learning a tremendous amount about them, what makes them safe, how we can improve them. And we're building an entire industry on top of it that has huge economic and societal benefits that we will hold back if we over-regulate it. And so it's finding a right balance between those positions. And it's important to say, I think Meta is not dogmatic about this. We do not believe unilaterally that all work in this field should be open source. We take a risk-based approach to that. And so far we think the value of making these models available far outweighs the risks after doing extensive research into them and mitigations on the models.
I've got about 3 more minutes. I don't know how much you have left, but I've got commissioners that are going to want to take a break and grab a sandwich. And then the next witness is on remote, and they have a specific time. And so can you conclude?
Yes. Yeah, I get just a couple closing remarks. So I think one important context to set on this isn't new. It is new in the generative AI context. In the AI context, we've been a leader in AI innovation. And across the last decade, we've open sourced something on the order of 1,000 projects. Some of that is research only licensed, some of it is commercial, but we've made a huge amount of that research available, and that has helped drive forward the state of the art. As we've talked about, some openness drives innovation, and I think also creates safer and better products. So it makes it so people, not just us, we don't have to say just trust us. You can go inspect our models. Researchers can go inspect our models. It drives transparency and trust in these systems. And then I also mentioned the Purple Llama project, but I think a core part about this is building an ecosystem around this. So we are putting that out. We also helped found and join the AI Alliance, which is dedicated to creating safe open source tools and advancing open source. And so it's a consortium of AI startups, academics, larger companies who are coming together to try and solve these problems. And I think that's one of the exciting things, and one of the critical things we see is there's a number of industry, academic, civil society, government collaborations that are happening to try and define these standards, because there are a number of hard problems in this space, and we need to work to define consistent risk thresholds and standards so everyone knows what to expect. So really appreciate the attention you all are bringing to this issue. I think everyone has a responsibility to ensure AI is built and deployed responsibly to create social and economic opportunities for all. So thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. And I think Commissioner Sidley.
Yeah, just one last super quick question. How many employees at Meta?
Approximately 70,000.
It's a growing industry, which is good. So, if people think jobs aren't going to be there, there's a path. Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Not to go ahead, Ethan.
No, I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, I suggest that we take a 10-minute recess. Restrooms, if commissioners need them, are out this hearing room to the right and down to the end of the hall. There are lunches there. And if we reconvene in about 10 minutes, we can move on to the next witness.
The mic's going to be on.
And
they will be muted.
Yeah, let me ask. I was just going to ask staff so that you're aware, during this break period, the mics will be muted. So I would respectfully ask the staff to let us know before you fire them up, because you have no idea what people are capable of saying. Thank you. Recess.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your patience. We're back from our recess. This is a Little Hoover Commission meeting on artificial intelligence, and I do believe that we've got our next witnesses ready and available remote.
Our next witness is Paige Bailey, who serves as the GenAI Developer Experience Lead at Google. Ms. Bailey has a deep understanding of the generative AI landscape, having previously served as an applied machine learning engineer at Microsoft and a product lead for Google's Palm V2 and Gemini models. Ms. Bailey is passionate about making cutting-edge AI technology accessible and empowering developers to build the next generation of innovative applications. Ms. Bailey, you may begin your testimony.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Paige, and as mentioned, I help out with the developer experience of generative AI tools at Google, formerly Google DeepMind and Microsoft. I just want to say that what you're about to hear reflects my own personal perspectives and opinions about AI as an engineer who believes in their potential to benefit humanity. So growing up in a small farming town in Texas, the world felt very predictable. And as a kid, you were either helping plan the next batch of crops, or you were learning in my mom's public school classroom, or watching a football game on Friday. And my escape was a dusty old Apple II computer that my mom and I rescued from being thrown away. I was 9 years old when I wrote my first line of code. And at that moment, those defined and predictable lines of living in a small town blurred radically. The world was suddenly a place of endless possibility and felt so much bigger. And that feeling followed me. So in 2009, when I started working as a machine learning engineer, it was like that 9-year-old farm kid's dream came to life. We were building machines that could learn from massive amounts of data, and the potential felt limitless. Personalized education tailored to each student's needs, something that my mom had dreamed about. Healthcare systems that could diagnose diseases earlier and more accurately. Governments empowered to make smarter, data-driven decisions. Earth scientists who could leverage the data that they'd collected to tackle what felt like insurmountable environmental challenges. And it felt all so far away at the time, but this is all happening today. From where I get to work at Google, I get to see developers creating AI tutors that break down barriers to learning and ensure that education is more equitable across all demographics and incomes. I get to see AI-powered diagnostic tools that are assisting doctors in life-saving decisions, and algorithms helping governments allocate resources more effectively. And this is the promise of AI. And as engineers, we're all pioneers trying to build the roads to that brighter future. But as with any great and world-changing endeavor, there are challenges to overcome and ethical considerations that can't be ignored. And so I think y'all are probably well aware, and certainly as an industry, we're aware that we must ensure that the AI systems that are being created are our partners in all of this progress, not, forces that run unchecked. And you might ask, well, how on earth do we do that? And there are many ways that we can work towards those outcomes. The 3 core principles that I and many of my colleagues care very deeply about are steerability, interpretability, and safety for these AI systems. And so what that means is that we need to develop these models to make them transparent and accountable to human oversight. The decision-making processes of AI must also be understandable, allowing us to identify and mitigate bias as best we can and understand why models make their decisions. It's kind of like being able to lift the hood of a car and understand how the engine works so we can fine-tune it for optimal and safe performance. And some friends at Anthropic recently published a blog post and paper on exactly this, mapping the mind of a large language model. I'd be happy to share the link if y'all haven't already seen it. And above all, we must prioritize the safety and well-being of the people our AI systems are designed to serve. This is of utmost importance, doing everything that we can to ensure that AI serves humanity, making our lives better, safer, and more equitable. This technology is still very much in its infancy, and we're writing the rules for it today. And as with any endeavor, there will almost certainly be missteps and hard lessons learned. But I still believe in that 9-year-old with a head full of dreams and an old Apple II computer and a really slow dial-up internet connection. I believe in humanity's capacity to use this technology to make the world a more fulfilling, more just, and more equitable place for everyone. And it won't be easy, but that's the future that I'm fighting for, and that I hope that y'all will help realize. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Let me turn to commissioners on the dais to see if they have any questions for you at this juncture. Yeah, Commissioner David Byer has a question for you.
Yes.
I want to go to a dystopian world. So I'm
Don't
not
do that.
associating you with dystopia, but just I'd like to get a conversation started about unintended uses of artificial intelligence. And so I'm going to go back to the 9-year-old who's in school, and it's 10 years from now, and the social norm is to speak out loud and ask a difficult academic question.
Mm-hmm.
And what comes back is an accurate, thoughtful, well-written response. But it isn't the views of the person asking the question. They may be really good at the quote, prompt, unquote, but they did not do the analytic work necessary to craft the answer. And that students' writing skills didn't get any better as a result of asking artificial intelligence-based questions. Yeah. So in that world, how do we train the teachers and train the students so that creative, imaginative thinking is part of the educational process?
Yes. That's such a wonderful question. Thank you, Commissioner Byer. The one thing that I have also observed, I have nieces and nephews who submit their problem sets to tools like ChatGPT or to Gemini or to any of these models, and they treat them very much like answer engines, just submitting in the problem and getting a response back, and not really thinking thoughtfully and carefully about the physical systems themselves, which is the entire sort of pedagogy of learning physics itself. Being able to think about physical systems, understand the rules that govern them, and trying to piece together all of the little constituent components of how these systems might interact together dynamically, and build intuition about how you might think of new theorems or new experiments, new ways of testing out those systems. My perspective on this, and again, this is the perspective of myself, like I don't want to speak on behalf of Google, though I have seen Google do great work in this space, is that what we really need to do at the sort of application layer, so the software application that the student is interacting with, we need to very much use the model as sort of a helpful tutor that can prompt the student to kind of ask questions about the system, and to sort of propose their own thought process before the model gives back that answer. But that's all at the user experience layer. That's something that educators and people who are policymakers, people who are in the academic world, should be providing guidance on to the folks who are building the applications that are using these models. I think if we don't do something like this, then there would be a risk that students might consider the models to be something that just gives them the answer, as opposed to a partner and an educator to think through some of these processes. And if you're curious about teams that are already working in this space, we have a project at Google called Learn LM, which is using Gemini kind of behind the scenes to really serve as a tutor, as opposed to just something that can give a ready answer, and to help students be creative, to think more about these things, and to not lose the creativity. If anything, only have their curiosity prompted more because they get to ask more interesting questions and the model can inspire them in a way that's hyper-personalized for what they're interested in.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez.
A great question, and hopefully we can kind of follow up on some of these tenets next month, because this is exactly kind of some of the conversation in terms of access benefits for particular communities when it comes to education. So at Berkeley, I started as a math major. I switched it because I found out I have a gift in terms of talking to people, and sometimes that's not good in math. But one of my pet peeves in math is that everyone says I hate math and all this stuff, which is a structural issue, but also is the introduction of a calculator. So I have now kind of ninth graders, 10th graders that refuses to do 12 plus 12. They'll have to use a calculator. But at the same time, because we have a scaffolding educational system, I mean, they don't introduce the calculator to a certain age, because we want to make sure they have that basis, that they understand kind of before they use a calculator, kind of how to do it themselves. So, I mean, hopefully, and you're probably doing the same thing in terms of before you introduce the full AI to students, there is a rudimentary, there's a basic amount of knowledge that they need to have. So as you said, they use it more as a tutor, to kind of get information quicker or get to the answer faster versus supplanting all that and just giving them the answer. So I'm assuming I am going to learn LM. And is that kind of what you guys are experimenting on in terms of what's a proper age and how to utilize AI?
Definitely, we're starting with kind of students in the later stages of education, with the hope that the students who are kind of still learning the foundational building blocks might prefer other tools. I also feel like, so as an example, I did geophysics and applied math instruction when I was an undergrad. And one of the things that I love most about calculators and about tools like MATLAB is that I had done the very careful sort of handwritten work to your point to build the intuition about the systems. And then as soon as I got access to the tooling that would be able to make the graphs much quicker, be able to help me kind of understand the visualizations, understand the systems a lot in a much more straightforward manner, I appreciated it a lot more, which would make me assume that students, if they sort of start out by learning the more foundational concepts, maybe with some of the large language models as tutors, they would be more likely to appreciate what they've learned and to want to learn more. An example of this is a project that was kind of prototyped within Google, specifically focused around using large language models to assist with learning new spoken word languages. And the hope was to have it as kind of an immersive gamified experience. So if you were someone who wanted to, as an example, learn Italian, you would start off as a character in this game. Perhaps I'm an English speaker. And through the course of the gameplay, you would learn individual words. So perhaps you pass by a raccoon that's selling apples, and in order to be able to purchase the apples, you would have to learn the word for apple, learn the word for I would like to purchase some, or the sentence for I would like to purchase some apples. And then immediately afterwards, every other time you encounter an apple in the game, it also it's no longer apple, the English word for apple. It's the Italian word. And so from that perspective, there are ways to kind of gamify and to have these tiered levels of students understanding concepts. And then once they prove that they understand it, then they get to have more assistive help from large language models. But again, all of that sort of creativity and user experience design needs to happen at the application layer. As we're calling to these models, they're just REST API calls. Like the real magic comes from how people and educators stitch them together into experiences.
No, language model is great. Hopefully you have it for English. As an English learner, I still don't know why you spell enough with a GH. That's another conversation. But I would challenge you, though, in terms of going to younger years. I mean, what we're seeing the achievement gap is happening second, third grade. So, I mean, in terms of having that tutor or having that, I mean, it'd be great to look at examples of how you can bring down some of the resources, some of the technology to younger ages.
Yes, that's a great point. And I do agree with you. The things like math interventions are especially powerful for students at younger ages. Just being able to get them access to even digital tutors or software applications that incorporate math. I learned mathematics all through software that came with my first computer. And so if I had waited to learn it in the public school system in Texas, it would have been much, much later on. So accelerating this through large language models would be great.
Thank you. I have a question because we've been talking about application in education. We are specifically focused on artificial intelligence and state government. And can you tell us what you've seen in your work as it relates to the application of artificial intelligence and state government operations, providing services to constituents or facilitating, any sort of activity that could be characterized as government?
Yes, I love this question as well, and I'm afraid I'm afraid we don't have enough time to talk about all of the ways that generative AI could be applied to government. I have seen some examples though that might be particularly interesting to this group, some of which have also been particularly interesting to me personally. So as an example, being able to have new bills, new legislation, new potential legislation explained in a way that is sort of understandable for mere mortals. I might know how to do physics, I might know how to do math, but policymaking is definitely not something that I'm gifted in. And so being able to explain that a little bit more clearly and how it might impact me personally has been really powerful and makes me a much more informed voter as I go into the voting booth. Another really great example has been Google cares a lot about multilinguality for our large language models because our user base is global, not just the top languages, but also very much the long tail languages. And so being able to have everything from government websites to pamphlets that people might be able to take a picture of with their cell phone, to public transportation documentation, all of this being able to kind of on the fly translate it to a different language, that's huge. A friend's parents just recently moved from Ukraine to New York City. They don't speak English, they just speak Russian. And they were able to navigate through the city. They were able to kind of find the help and the assistance that they need, partially through the help of my friend. He's a very good son, but also they were self-sufficient in the sense that they could incorporate all of the great tooling that we have for AI to do the translations for them. I think it's also helpful from the sense of government, the government, if it's still the case, it might not be, but it strikes me as dealing a lot with PDF documents about text information in very structured formats. And if you're a person that is differently abled or who has problems typing into forms, then it can also be very challenging to kind of navigate through 10 different pages of documents, type in all of the information, find all of the right information, and then also understand what information should even be posited in the document itself. And generative models are also helpful for explaining that, being able to dynamically pull information from, if you, as an example, take a picture of your driver's license or take a picture of your passport, being able to extract all of that information into a structured format that's easier for the person themselves, but also much less likely to have problematic inputs or mistypes. Another great example is I have to get my driver's license renewed very soon, and being able to automatically kind of take a picture of my driver's license, make updates to my address, and then fill that out into a PDF form to get it ready before I go into the DMV, and automatically file it for me. That's been very huge. Being able to plan out routes for public transportation, especially public transportation routes that are a little bit more focused on sort of wheelchairs or people who have different mobility requirements. I just recently went back home to Texas and was sort of helping one of my elderly sort of great aunts navigate through some of the public transportation systems. And it was much easier to be able to explain what I needed in BART at the time, now Gemini, and have a variety of transportation options offered, given that she was in a wheelchair and needed to go from one part of Texas over to Austin. So just massive potential. Even for just the text-based use cases. I think if we start thinking about some of the multimodal use cases, it would be even more powerful.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me look to other commissioners. Nope. All right. I don't see any further questions for you, Ms. Bailey, from the commissioners. Do you have anything else you'd like to add in summation?
No, but I would like to thank you for all of your questions, and thank you also for prioritizing this work. It's really, it's certainly been exciting for me personally to just see how this space has evolved over the last decade and a half. It feels like a completely new area of work. It's been changing so rapidly, and I've never been more excited. But I also feel like if we don't kind of make sure that policymakers and just the American public, honestly, are sort of educated and that they feel empowered, as opposed to feeling displaced by generative AI. If we don't do that, then we aren't realizing its potential. And so the only way that this will be successful is if folks like yourself keep pushing for the right things. So,
well, you're very persuasive because you have prompted questions from two commissioners. So we've got Commissioner Aroner followed by Commissioner Garcetti.
So my question is not about the DMV, okay? I should tell you a little secret. I think it still exists. When you're a member of the California legislature, you actually have your own DMV office in the state capitol.
Someone should.
Right. Anyway,
that would get a lot of people to try to get that.
Right. I never said that. Having said that, though, has nothing to do with my question. So I have 4 grandchildren, right, ranging in age from 7 to 20. The 7-year-old knows more about technology than I do, right? It's quite obvious. It's the 11-year-old, though, that I want to talk about, right? Who's a very bright young woman, who is on her iPad all the time that she's not in school, right? And who knows what she's doing in school, right? I can't speak to that. And is interested in science and math. She's very curious. It's a curiosity that I'm getting concerned about, to be honest with you, because I'll be taking, I'm very often her transportation, right, as the grandmother, and we'll have a conversation in the car where she'll say, Grammy, do you know, and then makes a statement to me that she believes to be absolutely accurate and true. And I'll say, well, that's kind of interesting, but that's not necessarily an accurate statement. And she will say back to me, Grammy, it is absolutely accurate. I just read it on my iPad, and whatever. but I'm getting concerned because of, she can't just be the only 11-year-old that is on her iPad and is as curious as she is. And she takes things as matter of fact because it is on the internet somewhere and she's looked it up. Who knows why she looked up a certain question or whatever. But as a young student, right, what worries me is her trust, right, in what's on the internet, that is that must be the truth, because otherwise it wouldn't be on the internet, unquote. What do you think?
I think that is a problem, not just for your granddaughter, but also for much of the American public, or at least any of the American public that are active on social media. There's a huge problem with folks reading things that may or may not be grounded in fact. One feature that has been added for Google's Gemini app that I use all the time, and that I would love to have turned on just by default, is we have a button. So every time you ask Gemini a question, or our generative kind of search experience a question, when it gives the response, you hit this button and it highlights each part of the response based on how confident it is in that answer, or in that portion of the answer. So as an example, if I ask a question about, what are the best plants that I could have in my garden, and in this city in California, it can give me a response, but then for each sentence or each kind of phrase in that response, it will highlight it as green if it has cited sources that can back up that claim, or orange if there might be this looks correct, but there are no sources that it can cite, or red if Google found information on the internet with conflicting results. So like something, one website said it was, this plant is great in this area, and one website said, no, this plant really, really struggles in this kind of climate. And so as a user, for this output that I see, I can start to be a lot more empirical. I can be a lot more thoughtful about what information is correct, and what information that I should really double click and investigate myself. And again, that's all sort of user experience additions within within kind of the most user facing space, and companies I feel like should be very responsible and in sort of adding those usability features to help people understand if what they're reading is or is not true. But I don't know of any other generative apps that do that other than Google's.
But it's not required, or whatever. You used another word. You didn't use the word required.
No, it's not required. It's not required, I don't think, for apps that display outputs, but it is something that we've implemented for Google's generative search experiences, and I would love to see it implemented for other competitors' products.
Thank you,
Commissioner Garcetti.
A comment and a question, maybe two questions. First, you come across not only as a very bright, thoughtful individual, but an individual with a smiling personality. And I hope others on your team, in fact, the majority of them, are somewhat like you, if not all like you.
Well, that's very nice to say. Thank you.
You're welcome, but you deserve it.
Yeah.
The question I have, since I have no background at all, I'm a lawyer who never got involved in math and science, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I want to know. Yeah, I missed something with that. But
well, no, I was just going to say thank you for doing that, because I think I would not be very good at lawyering. So
okay.
somebody needs to be the lawyer. I will happily do the math and science.
Tell me when you first got involved and excited about AI and then actually started working. And two, what do you think that Google and others should be doing to ameliorate the fear that people might have about AI, and you knowing 99 and 9/10% more about this field than I do, what is the greatest fear you have as we move forward with the development of AI?
These are great questions. So the first time I remember being kind of overwhelmingly excited about AI was I was in grad school. There was a class I was taking on carbonate reefs. And so carbonate reefs are, you can just think of them as like the beautiful corals that you might see in Belize, or you know, these kind of carbonaceous structures that also make very good oil reservoirs. And so I was studying them both from the potential of that, as well as you know, getting to actually explore reefs in real life. And there were many papers, there still are, honestly, of people, very, very bright PhD researchers who go to these reef structures and they have to map out the reef and then all of these tiny, tiny little atolls that you see within the reef. And if you go and look at satellite imagery today, you can also see like these reef structures and then like the tinier structures that exist in the reef. And they're of a variety of shapes. So as a PhD scientist, you know, a geologist studying these systems, what you would have to do is take a high resolution satellite image and then just hand classify each one of those different shapes of structures, hundreds of them, thousands of them, and be able to kind of use all of that over the course of many months to craft out a paper. And the most interesting piece isn't like counting, like Bing counting all of the little shapes in the satellite image. The interesting piece is using all of those data to have interesting insights about, you know, how did the reef form? Was it impacted by any climate events? Like all of the interesting science comes after. And also all of the counting and all of the classification was really error prone because, you know, as a scientist, you know, your eyes might get tired. You're probably not sitting there all at once making those classifications. And I used TensorFlow when it had first been open sourced to do, and it had an example like classifying flowers. And I used it instead to classify the structures in those satellite images and just had it go kind of like a push broom across the entire satellite image to do that myself. And instead of taking months, it took a little bit less than a minute. And all I could think was just like, wow, like how on earth? Like, you know, there were these people, some of the most bright climate scientists I've ever met in my entire life, who have been spending months doing the part of work that brings them zero joy, that brings zero scientific insight. And they would be able to accelerate that work so much. And it's not just people in carbonate geology. It's also folks in the biosciences and anyone who's trying to think about, you know, doing this highly visual scientific work. That, you know, the interesting piece is the insights. The interesting piece isn't like the meticulous pointy clicky that you have to do to get it to work. And so as soon as that happened, I was done. I was just like, all right, like I am doing geology right now. I am going to do computer science. Like if this is the kind of work that can, you know, go from a person having a whole bunch of unstructured data to being able to drive really interesting scientific progress, then there's nothing else that I would rather be doing with my life. So that was the piece that really got me into AI. And then the thing that I'm most scared about is, I think the first question that was mentioned, which is, there's a lot of joy in learning, and there's a lot of joy in being curious and exploring and sort of building the thoughts and the process of finding out something new. And that's if kids are put into a place where the experiences that they have with models are just treating them as answer engines, then they don't learn any of that. Like, they don't get to experience any of it. And that's something that I want for all of my family. It's something that I want for all of the kids that we have in school right now. And it's something that we need if we want to actually be making scientific progress. So what I'm hopeful for is that, if anything, these models will just inspire kids to ask more interesting questions and to ask more questions than to just try to have the shortest time from going from a problem set to an answer. So
thank you very much. Let me check. All right, you've exhausted the panel.
I'm sorry.
I want to thank you, Ms. Bailey. That was particularly revealing, and leave it to Commissioner Garcetti to answer the kind of question that forced you to probably give one of the more personal responses in your whole life.
Yeah,
but thank you for sharing that with us, and best of luck to you, and particularly with the perspective that you bring to artificial intelligence. I think that some of what we are looking for is, what are the ethics and the values that people working in this area bring with them, because they will become a part of either the training material, they will become a part of the expectations of the results of artificial intelligence. And so once again, I'm grateful for your contribution, and thank you.
Thank you. And thanks again for everything that you're doing. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wald is our next witness.
Our next witness is Russell Wald, who serves as the Deputy Director for the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, or HI. In this role, he oversees HI's research, education, communications, administrative activities, industry programs, and policy and society hub. Mr. Wald is the co-author of numerous publications on AI and has held multiple policy program and government relations positions at Stanford University for over a decade. Notably, in 2014, he co-designed and led the inaugural Stanford Congressional Boot Camp and has since created numerous tech policy boot camps, establishing a strong and effective tradition of educating policymakers at Stanford and enhancing the collaboration between governments and academic institutions. Mr. Wald, you may begin your testimony.
Yeah, Mr. Wald, let me note that I think it's of interest that it's the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, and I'm going to assume that that was a very deliberate selection.
Very deliberate, and we are celebrating our 5-year anniversary. However, it takes a few years to build an academic institute, and so we go back as probably far back as 2016, 2017. As to when we thought about these concepts. And I'm happy to elaborate about what human-centered AI means to us, at least, and during Q&A. Okay, so commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. As noted, my name is Russell Wald, and I am the Deputy Director of the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. We have an acronym of either HAI or HI. We respond to both. It's a cross-disciplinary research institute at Stanford, which is committed to advancing AI research, education, policy, and policy to improve the human condition. At the onset of my remarks, I'd like to be clear that I'm appearing before you today as an expert in the field of AI policy and governance, but what I will say does not represent the official viewpoints or positions of Stanford University. Today, I hope to provide you the perspective of academia, specifically the ways that academia can be helpful to moving technology forward in California. Academic research in partnership with the government has historically anchored the American innovation ecosystem. Technological advancement often requires investment in long-term research that may take decades to show any commercial potential. This is research that is risky, yet sometimes necessary to develop a truly transformative technology. California has played an outsized role in nurturing this research model. According to the National Science Foundation, 4 out of the top 10 national universities in research spending are located here: UCLA, UC San Diego, UCSF, and Stanford. And these institutions have a truly global reach. California universities have demonstrated that there's a strong return on investment that the government makes into academic research. The University of California system estimates that it contributes about $82 billion to California's economic output each year. So why is AI a bit different? AI has created a shift in where research into technology is occurring, including for California's universities. We've seen this firsthand at Stanford HAI. Research into the latest AI models require significant investment in compute power and access to quality data sets, which at the moment only private companies have the resources to obtain. For example, our latest AI index, which has been measuring AI trends for the past 7 years, has noted in 2017 it cost Google $930 to train the transformer model. That's the T in GPT. Fast forward 5 years later, it cost Google nearly $200 million to train its latest model, Gemini Ultra. This risks us leaving the future of AI solely in the hands of the most resource players. While industry research is important, it is just one needed perspective. Expanding the capacity of the academy to conduct AI research is important to ensuring the future of AI that benefits all of humanity. First, as I alluded to earlier, universities are uniquely positioned to conduct curiosity-driven research, driven by the long-term research interest of society rather than commercial interest. They take risk on research questions that the private sector may not be willing to bet on. In fact, many technologies that we now enjoy today and are critical to life, such as GPS mapping, MRIs, and even the internet, can trace their origin stories back to the research that was done under this model. Second, academia as the lifeblood of the talent pipeline academia serves as a lifeblood of a talent pipeline into AI. Whether it be those who will develop AI models or those who design policy to govern them, meaning our regulators, academia's interdisciplinary platform make it a vital training ground for future AI leaders. But keeping that pipeline going is dependent upon academia continuing to recruit and retain experts to conduct that training. And the reality is that right now, we are worried about a significant brain drain from academia. As of 2023, a significantly higher proportion of new AI PhDs, over 70%, joined industry after graduation compared to those entering academia, around 20%. Bear in mind that in 2011, these numbers were roughly equal, at about 40% each going into each area. This is concerning. This is a concerning trend that could jeopardize the educational mission that is so important to the AI ecosystem. And lastly, governments are very focused right now on how they design AI governance. They govern AI systems. Relatedly, civil society is thinking about different ways it can help nurture a beneficial future for this technology. It is essential that they have rigorous, objective research to inform their efforts. Academia remains a key place for the policy community to access research that can inform their work which is why sustaining academic AI research is a key building block for all governance efforts that are underway in capitals around the world related to AI. So this is where government can be helpful. By making investments in universities to acquire compute, it can help invigorate the time-tested public academic research model and set it up for success in conducting research into AI. And beyond financial support, access to the extraordinary amount of data that governments hold can be a true game changer in helping academic research unlock the potential of AI. In the case of AI, enormous amounts of data are necessary to properly train models, and government data can be enormously beneficial in that training, particularly in certain industries such as healthcare that the government has outsized equities in. And accessing data that includes underrepresented populations is essential to reducing bias in AI applications, another area in which greater access to government data can be a valuable tool. In 2019, around the time of HAI's founding, our co-directors, Drs. Fei-Fei Li and John Etchemendy, issued a call for the US government to create a national AI research resource, or as we call NAIR, and I don't mean the hair removal, it's just the acronym for this. The goal of NAIR is to expand access to the resources needed to do cutting-edge research into this technology. It was envisioned as a partnership between academia, government, civil society, and industry to expand equitable access to compute and also government data sets. By expanding the number of researchers who are able to contribute to AI research, we can make sure that this technology is developed in a way that will benefit all. And NAIR also receives strong support from industry leaders who understand that a public resource such as this would be a net benefit to all AI research, including research occurring in the private sector. At the federal level, the concept of NAIR has received strong bipartisan support. President Biden's executive order on AI called on the National Science Foundation to explore the creation of NAIR, and we were thrilled when earlier this year NSF announced the creation of a pilot program to implement NAIR. We're also hopeful that Congress will act to pass the bipartisan Create AI Act to formally authorize and appropriate NAIR. While we're excited by efforts on the federal level, we also believe AI research would greatly benefit from government at all levels taking steps to support these resources. Sacramento is beginning to look at what a state AI research resource might look like, with the government providing a platform for frontier research that draws upon the expertise of our state's universities. Senator Steve Padilla has introduced SB 893, which would task the California Government Operations Agency, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, and the Department of Technology of California with working together to create an artificial intelligence resource hub to collaborate between the government, academia, and even the private sector to expand AI research. This is exactly the kind of model that would pay dividends in terms of expanding research opportunities here in California, and I am hopeful that the state legislature will act on this promising bill. California's universities have always played an essential role in the development of new technologies, including the fields of deep learning and the foundational principles that have made it possible for AI to develop where it is today. With some additional public support, we can ensure our state's academic institutions continue to anchor our innovation ecosystem, which has made California the leader of technological development. I look forward to your questions.
Commissioner Sidley.
I just want to maybe clarify some of the points you've made. Are you suggesting that the government data that would be made available to the universities is only made available to the universities and not the private sector, or just, I just want to clarify that.
There's possibilities. And so if I were to speak about it from my perspective and the research that we did, I think would be important for the public sector development that this data was initially available for academic research. Over time, we could see if academia is able to demonstrate through a piloting program that the efficacy of this, that we may want to open it up for the private sector. But I do think that there's a fundamental difference between profit-driven research versus non-profit-driven research. And if the government has the means and capability of supporting that, I would initially consider academic research first.
Okay, and then also my next follow-up question is, at the very beginning of your testimony, you suggested that people with PhDs are going in the private sector, not into the public sector, not into academia.
Yep, there's been a shift.
And is that because they're not getting paid enough, or because there's not enough money at the universities to do this programming? You said the cost of programming now is so expensive. What do you think is driving that?
So I can only go off of my own personal hypothesis off of that. Of course, salaries are by far more attractive in industry, but that's not why a lot of the professors I work with went into this field in the first place. Their biggest complaints, what I hear the most, is the fact that they cannot do the research themselves on the frontier areas. They want to do the cool stuff. They want to learn how these models work and what's possible. And because what we see, and the best way I can explain it is, we see a divergence in about 2014 of where this is historically an academic field. And in 2014, around the deep learning revolution, what we see is industry pick up and start to throw an enormous amount of resources in the form of, we can call it financial aspects, but it is in the form of compute. And we see what's called scaling laws. The more compute that they start to throw at these models, the more effective the returns are that they get out of it. Well, when that happens, what you actually see is academia falls so far behind that in 2022, there were 32 significant breakthroughs that came from industry. There were 3 that came from academia. So the place that actually originated the concepts of AI, the place that teaches your grandchildren, children, they will not be able over time to do this much longer. The gap is closing. It's incumbent upon academia itself, by the way, to make changes to be able to meet this moment. But at the same time, right now, government can have an outsized difference to be able to make a difference that we see those public sector type of breakthroughs.
So 2 other quick questions. And one is, how much money do you think you need? Given that the budget right now is $60 billion or something in the hole. I think it's a hard ask.
Sure is.
And then the follow-on, is there a concept of regulation when we're talking about, a particular type of regulation for these big companies that, we raise their tax rate, that tax rate has to go into, different sort of state research, things like that. Have you thought of things like that?
So in terms of an actual dollar amount, the closest I can give to you is at the federal level for the NAIR, which their task force came up with a total of $2.6 billion over 6 years for the entire country. I still find that to be far too short, to be candid with you. If you were to look at what OpenAI received last year from Microsoft, it was $10 billion. Anthropic received $4 billion from Amazon. So we're not, but the reality is what we're not trying to do is make academia competitive with industry. Industry is going to do what industry does and should do. But what we need to do is to resource academia at this particular time that is going to give them the tools to be able to do this type of research that industry will not do, and that we can make a difference. So team-driven science that actually could look towards certain immunotherapies or things that we see in healthcare that might not actually have a return on investment and wouldn't be worthy in the commercial sector, we will have missed opportunities to be able to apply this elsewhere. Furthermore, one important part of this, and the previous witness kind of alluded to this or spoke to this, is these scientific breakthroughs that we're going to start seeing potentially from this is the unlocking of new knowledge. So what we're talking about here is the possibility of what is, and I noted that $82 billion the University of California system provides. You're going to start seeing these breakthroughs start to happen more, and we're not going to call them AI breakthroughs. The nuclear fusion breakthrough last year by the US is a great example. We refer to that as a nuclear fusion breakthrough, but that breakthrough would not have happened if we didn't have AI and machine learning techniques applied here. And so you're going to start hearing about this more, and we're going to be able to have really supercharge these advancements in a way to improve the human condition and create a greater economic opportunity overall. And in that sense, it's going to be really important that we are providing those resources to be able to meet that moment.
Commissioner Garcetti, followed by Commissioner Beyer.
My fellow commissioner just hit on the issues that I was particularly interested in, but I want to go one step further. You know, our function is to take testimony, learn about this, and then make recommendations to the legislature and the governor.
That's correct.
So I'm assuming that you would like to see in our recommendations a recommendation that the state step in to a greater extent right now to funding the research being done by the 4 universities or universities in general in California. I don't know what language we might use if we were to do that. It would be helpful if you can think about this in terms of, all right, are we talking about $100 billion over 6 years or 10 years, whatever it is? Something directly from you, I think, would be helpful to us. So you don't have to answer that right now unless you can or want to, but give it some thought, talk it over with your colleagues, and give us something specific if you can.
Sure. I'm not prepared to give a dollar amount today on what it is. What I will tell you is at the federal level, the latest suggestion from a bipartisan group in the Senate was to meet what the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence said was required of $32 billion worth of investment in this space. And there's a bipartisan group of senators that have come out and said that and are standing behind that roadmap. Now, the question is whether that would actually come to fruition or not. We are talking about a lot of money here. And I understand in times of budget constraints across the US that this is an issue. I would also say, though, other states are looking into this now as well. New York has, for example, a concept called Empire AI, where they are going to look into doing this. States are recognizing that computational access and power is the key to be able to doing some of this work. And with that, we will be able to have us make a significant difference in a lot of this, this area. I do need to come back to my second and third point when I was saying the benefits of this. And so we spent a lot of time talking about the research benefits of this. But the reality is right now the EU put into place a very rigorous regulatory regime. They are now trying to secure 100 regulators to be able to help with this. I doubt there are 100 people highly capable of understanding the technical possibilities in AI in this space. Who are going to be your regulators? Who understands this technology to be able to do it? If we do not start resourcing public sector areas in this space, we are going to wake up one day and to an open AI university, and that's going to be the only place where you will know how to do this. And it won't be so open. And so I think it's imperative upon us to actually take a moment and saying, we're entering a new phase in a new world. We accept that this technology has its power and its promise and its perils, but we do not have the right resources in place to be able to mitigate some of these concerns. And if we do not start to make the financial investment into this now, we are going to hurt ourselves later in the future. And then that third part of where I was saying how important academic work has been, one thing that I will give a shout out to my institute is the fact that we've been mighty. We've done a lot with not those same kind of resources. And what have we been able to do? Well, first, when the EU AI Act was being discussed, we took a lot of technical researchers and looked at the proposals, and we benchmarked the proposals, and we were able to see a few things. Foundation model providers, these are things like ChatGPT, Gemini, these are foundation models. We were able to see that none of them would be in compliance with the EU AI Act as how it was written at that time. Most importantly, we were able to inform the European policymakers. Why? Because one of the least performing models that we were able to evaluate was the only European one on there. So this is what academia can do for government and help with these types of questions, but we're coming at it from behind. We are chasing after these and seeing what's open in the public open source area to be able to truly evaluate these models. And that is not a position that we should be in. We should be able to be building some of this ourselves, seeing how it works, and then being able to share that in the open academic model as we would expect.
Thank you.
Before I go to Commissioner Byer, the point that you make about, who's going to be the regulators, all you need to do is watch a congressional hearing on AI. That'll give you some indication of the depth of understanding.
Well, the initial question on some of those is actually pretty good. It shows that their staff did the research. It's the follow-up questions that gets much more difficult. And we spend a lot of time educating policymakers. We have an AI boot camp for U.S. congressional staff, and we're considering more expanding that to possible some states.
Well, and it seems to me one of the questions that we really ought to try to figure out an answer to is what is the value of the data that's held by the government? What is the monetary value of the data that is held by the government that is necessary in order to better train the model, right? And so taxpayers have paid the people that are responsible for collecting that. It is under the state's authority, and it's an asset. And that asset shouldn't necessarily just be provided gratis to those entities that will only use it for profit, as compared to what I think the argument that you're making is that the nonprofit academia might be a better place for that information. Let me go to Commissioner Byer.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Your center is remarkable. It was launched in March of 2019 by Governor Newsom, who gave actually a great speech, worth going back and reading and listening to what he said. One, he's funny, which is good, but he's also portrayed some of the challenges. And I want to take you back a little bit in history to the frame I think we're in today. Sort of the end of the Second World War, Vanderveer Bush wrote Endless Frontier, and somewhat later, Pat Brown looked at the educational system in California. So what we saw coming together in the 1950s was a federal research establishment, which partially supported by the Cold War and defense spending, a tremendous increase in basic R&D and an explosion in universities, especially the creation of the University of California system, and a public-private partnership, which has borne fruit. Your description of the breakthroughs, private sector versus government, is deeply troubling. And one way to think about this is this set of resources, and by this I mean compute, that is the ability to do the computing, the access to quantum computing, the access to massive, massive amounts of energy, whether these infrastructure questions are so dominant that we should rethink the role of government vis-a-vis the private sector in this space. And what you're proposing is something very much like that, where the university system is sufficiently resourced. So there's a bill on this point, Senator Wiener, that passed the Senate. And I'm not supporting this idea, but I'm just putting it out there. It establishes a public cloud computer cluster called Cal Compute. And so if you think about a private sector domination of compute power and not a countervailing public accountability, it could become like a investor-owned utility for electricity or for water and the whole bunch of other analogies. So I take it, leading question, you're calling for a massive amount of funding. The $32 billion that was in the commission report that you talked about, Senator Schumer and a bipartisan group of senators have called for that. That's not remotely enough money for the country, but it may be enough for California. So to the chair's question, where does the money come from? He offered one idea, which is monetizing state data. Another is from creating a public-private partnership where the tremendous I'll call it well-deserved windfall of AI companies who've added many jobs also have an obligation to the public to create infrastructure for all. And that's a question that's sort of beyond the scope of where we started, but I think that's sort of what you're getting at. Am I right?
Correct. Absolutely. I will say a couple of things related to what you noted. One is that we have found that industry has been supportive of having some type of public resource. Now, in some cases, they find ways of where they can enrich themselves out of that. And I'm not here to judge whether that's the case or not. I'm looking at this a little bit myopically through academia's eyes. But at the same time, I think that they recognize they need a talent pool to be able to go into there. They need people to help study the areas that they know they're not going to study. So we keep talking about, there was earlier talk about studying the science of intelligence and understanding the science of intelligence. This has a lot of appeal for academia to explore this and not for industry, but industry will see significant benefits from that type of research. So there is this cross potential that we could see from that. Related to Senator Wiener's bill on Cal Compute. Cal Compute, actually, the concepts of it comes from some of our research in the space, and we're cited for that. So I'm pleased about that. The university itself, and Stanford University itself, even though I'm not appearing today on their behalf, the university itself has endorsed Senator Steve Padilla's bill, SB 893, and there's a reason for the difference between those. One is SB 893 actually calls for funding, but it also has the data component in it. And that is the key part. Compute is only one half of this equation. Providing that data does make that edge difference that's substantial. And this is important, rich quality data sets that will make the difference in the public sector. The other thing is, and I don't want to probably get into this too deep here, is there are some parts of that Senator Wiener's bill as it stands today. I believe that there are possible changes coming to that could actually inadvertently harm academia and the academic environment from the specific bill, parts of the bill.
Yeah. Unintended consequences.
Correct.
So I have another dumb question since
no one
else is raising it.
No,
but this is my naivete on all of this. But is it not, would it be helpful to have a singular location where all of the universities could get the computing power? I'm thinking in my mind's eye, like the Hubble telescope. I only need one, right? Or do I need 10? And I'm curious what your thought is about, I mean, there's all these different universities all over the country, all over the world. But if we invest in one to compete with these private sector companies, it seems a start, but is that really what you need, or is you need something else?
Yeah, not to get too complex because this is very nuanced, but we studied the ideas about this, and there's a variety of models. One is what we refer to as build or buy. The government itself could build its own high performance computing cluster, or could buy them in the form of cloud credits from companies and providers. We initially actually thought when we were doing our research that actually building something would be very expensive and unlikely pathway forward. Turns out after we did our research that we saw under continuous use, it's a 7 times cost savings for the government to actually build its own type of system in this space and maintain that. Bear in mind, we looked at that at the federal level, but I think some of those things would still ring true at the state level. What I would also say to you is that it doesn't need to be geographically located in just one space for other universities to draw off of. So you very well could look into placing this somewhere within the state if you wanted to, and it wouldn't be only if you hypothetically place this at UC Riverside, it's not as though Stanford wouldn't be able to access it. It would be nice. There's a lot of nice to have, so you could break up other types of regional clusters. So there's a variety of possibilities that can be utilized in this space to get to that. So I think that would, there's options.
The politics of workplace that are beyond me, though, caused.
I mean,
who wins?
Well,
I mean, I would look at what is the most financially optimal and what is most beneficial in that case, and has is near appropriate electrical grids to be able to access some of that. There's a chain of sequences and events that need to happen, I think.
Just to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, you could locate a facility anywhere and it would be fine if it had access to infrastructure of energy. Compute and energy go together. And so the ability to create, for example, solar power and non-polluting battery power, you could put it in the Mojave Desert. And that would be fine. It's not necessarily, I'm leaving aside the heat. So my point is, the location of this facility is not necessarily an automatic economic multiplier. It is the ultimate back office. It is the applications and other things that are going to go into the total package that are more important than where a facility or a cluster of facilities are and whether they're owned by the government or by the private sector. Is that fair?
So not being an expert in hardware development and this, I can't tell you from how you've articulated, that sounds correct to me.
Commissioner Irene.
So I want to get back to the revenue issue, okay? And I have to admit, I'm a graduate of UC Berkeley, okay?
I'm a graduate of UCLA, right. So.
Right, okay, so, but we're talking about Stanford, right? So anyway, right. So what I'm interested in what the chair had to say about monetizing what the state has already, right? Our database, right? And it's significant, it's across all departments and all that kind of stuff. But Stanford has a significant endowment. The question is to me, right, when I talk—
129 billion.
Pardon me?
129 billion.
Thank you. I didn't know how large it was, but thank you for sharing. And so the question what I'm thinking about is, because revenue is an issue, okay? It would have been nice if we'd had this conversation 2 years ago, because last year would have been the year to ask the state for a chunk of change. You missed your opportunity, or maybe you tried to do that and it didn't happen. I have no idea. But there are different kinds of not joint power agreements, of public-private partnerships, right? And Stanford has something, right, and other universities, I shouldn't just say Stanford, universities have something at stake in this, right, regarding whether or not it's their reputation, whether or not it is that they want to have a variety of kinds of programs for their students so that they can attract students to them, right, that kind of thing. So why wouldn't a university, particularly one that has a significant endowment, want to say to the state or to other revenue partners, we'll put this much in if you'll put that much in? Why isn't there something for Stanford to put in?
Sure. So I want to be careful that I'm coming here on behalf of academia,
right. No, and I know,
and not on behalf of Stanford. Right. And the reason I'm coming on as more of a social good in this sense of one of the most heartening things actually happened for me a couple of weeks ago in my professional career, and that was the pursuit of this national AI research resource. The Biden administration puts it out there and actually does a call for proposals, and Stanford was the fortunate beneficiary of two. I wasn't excited about the Stanford ones. Stanford, you're right, is well-resourced. I was excited to see the ones from the University of Iowa. I was excited to see the ones from other parts of this country and think of a student that is in one of these schools that would like to do this work and cannot. That is the bigger issue. So we can talk about what Stanford can do, and Stanford is actually right now considering quite bold and novel considerations to be able to meet this moment of this age of AI. But I'm more worried about the student, and having been a UC student and a transfer student, the first in my family to have gone to college, I'm more worried about the student at UC Riverside. I'm worried about the student who does not have that endowment, cannot build that, will not have that access, and they'd like to do this work, but they're limited in scope and scales to what they do. I'm not just talking about the computer science student, I'm talking about the students in the med schools or biological sciences or these other areas that want to do this applied research, but the cost of it is too prohibitive.
Any other commissioners? No? Who do I'm sorry? Commissioner Cannella. Oh, Vice Chair Cannella.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Remote.
This is
hello.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. I'm sorry, I've been kind of in and out. I've had some stuff I've had to deal with, and so maybe this question was already asked. But with AI expanding, all this exciting stuff we're talking about, and it is exciting, scary in some cases, but exciting. Has there been an analysis done to how much additional energy we're going to need to fuel these AI type centers, and if so, how are we going to meet the need? And I'm asking you because I think other than the jobs thing next, you're the last person standing. So has that been looked into?
Currently, there's some significant research in the space that is looking into this. We do see the increasing usage of, as you start to build these models bigger and bigger, that it's getting much more straining on power grids. So we do know that for a fact that's happening. We're also trying to find ways, there's research also being done in the model development itself that would use less energy on some of these more effective algorithms. There's a variety of possibilities that can still give you some returns, but indeed we see the energy usage as a problem. What's unique about this is what this says. I had a conversation with some national security officials a few weeks ago. What this means for the overall development of the technologies as a whole. Who will be able to do the frontier research in this space if your country does not have the appropriate energy infrastructure to be able to do this? So we are looking into it. There is research being done. I think that one issue is as we know, the pace of the change in the space is significant, and therefore it's hard to keep up to be able to see how much energy usage will continue.
Okay, thank you.
Good point. Okay. Commissioner Hernandez.
No, just a quick answer. I mean, the reality is not just it's moving to other countries, definitely moving to other states. I mean, I was just in Nevada. They're building a hyperscale data center. It's about 734 acres, is using 2 gigawatts. That's 2,000 megawatts. And just to put in kind of perspective, Fresno uses about 40 megawatts, the entire city. So yes, a lot of power.
Yep. Good. Any further remarks in conclusion?
I would just say that as we start to look at this technology, a couple of things. First is the investment in public sector AI is imperative. And I think that we might all be in budget constraints, but it's really important that we see this in the larger perspective. And I'll close with one important part, that it's really important that policymakers are deeply informed by this, by people who are doing the rigorous research. And I'll share this quick anecdote with you. A US senator pulled me aside and said, do you know with the llama model, someone showed me with $800, they were able to get the recipe for anthrax. Turns out that actually we did the same thing. We didn't spend $800 and we got it off of Google and Wikipedia. And it's really important as you start to hear from experts that the question is did you have an open source AI problem or did you have an internet problem? And there's bigger issues that come in this policymaking that's happening before everyone. And you said earlier about being naive to some of this. I think we all are. We're on a frontier. We're all learning this together. To me, there is no more of an AI expert because it's no longer a field of just computer science. It's a general purpose technology that's going to affect all of us. And in that sense, we all need as a society to come together and look at this, but we need to do it from an informed, rigorous way. And the best way to do that, in my view, is to resource academia to be able to be that partner for government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Much appreciated. I think we have another witness.
Our final witness is Irene Green, who serves as Statewide Vice President for Bargaining for SEIU Local 1000. Ms. Green has been in state service for more than 12 years, all at the Employment Development Department. She became an activist early on when then Governor Schwarzenegger imposed a total of 3 furlough days on state workers. Motivated to make change, Ms. Green became an SEIU Local 1000 job steward, and in 2012 was appointed as a Unit 1 District Bargaining Unit representative. In 2016, she was elected to the bargaining team and the Bargaining Unit Negotiating Committee, or BUNC. As a BUNC member, she participated in contract negotiations in 2016 and again in 2019. She's also accompanied by two other members. Let me pull up their names. This is the first person is Brooke Pierman, who is Director of Contracts, and the second is Omega Brewer-Gonzalez, Director of the Political Department. Ms. Green, you may begin your testimony. And we are trying to get Ms. Green on. I think she's joining the Zoom.
Bear with me just a moment. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties on my end.
Sometimes I have to unplug my camera and plug it back in.
That might help, might actually help. You're not able to see me. Are you able to see me?
We are not able to see. Now we are. There we are, Ms. Green.
I'm sorry. I'm in an area that does not have a lot of lighting. I do apologize. As you said, my name is Irene Green. I am the Vice President of Bargaining for SEIU Local 1000. And I want to say good afternoon to Chairperson Nava and the fellow commissioners. I've been the Vice President of SEIU Local 1000 for the past 3 years, but I am also a state employee, a proud state employee. I work for the Unemployment Development Department, EDD, and I've been doing this work for the state for about 15 or more years. We provide services for state programs that serve about tens of millions of Californians across the state. And that includes technical, administrative, and clerical communications and research support that we provide to all of California, right? So just about all of these sectors are projected to be impacted by AI and machine learning in the coming years, and we all know that. So I just want to thank Little Hoover commissioners for inviting Local 1000 to share our values, to share our thoughts and our concerns about how and when to integrate AI tools into our work as we continue to provide services to the people of California. So like many, we see the opportunity and promise in the advanced technologies in AI systems that are being discussed at the state level. So wildfire prevention, improving service delivery, and many, many more things are being discussed. We believe deeply that technology can be a benefit to our workers, and that with intentional, thoughtful policies and practices in place, workers can help design technology that truly benefits our state, its workforce, and the public that we actually service. Now, in order to achieve that vision, we think we must set out a few key steps to begin. One, our workers must be in the loop to ensure that technology is well tailored to the problem and going to work well in the frontline delivery of the services that we provide. We are convinced that the successful application of new AI technologies to the state civil service programs and projects will require rank and file workers, their input at the outset and during all of the parts of the development process. Now, this should include whether the use of AI technology is the best approach to begin with, or whether in some areas it could be proposed as a solution in search of a problem. So using this worker in the loop principle helps provide much needed insights into how practitioners actually make decisions and approach day-to-day problems with the tools they already use. Now, and where in that process, additional assistance from the AI tool would be helpful. So, there is some practical applications and moving forward as we do our work. These insights can be critical not only to the rank and file workers, but AI developers and agency heads, but also to the public, many of whom will be required to interact with many of the AI systems being designed for the use by the private sector. Second, successfully deploying our AI and machine learning technology in the public sector will require robust and ongoing education, training, and upskilling of methods in the use of the AI applications and tools. The old stereotype of union workers being against innovation or technical advances is just that, a stereotype. At every age of great developments in agriculture, industry, and today in innovation, new jobs and vocations are created, and some are deemed no longer needed. But the workers do remain, and it's up to the people who conduct research, shape our policy, and create and enforce laws to make sure that the rush to embrace AI technology doesn't leave the rank and file workers behind. State civil service workers also deserve a chance to be a part of the exciting opportunities being created in their fields. We have the opportunity to be on the cutting edge in California, and we know that investing in our workforce is only one way to ensure that technology is as useful, effective, and beneficial as possible for all of Californians. Now, the good news is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel on this. Some of the most successful avenues for upskilling workers in rapidly changing sectors are labor management partnerships and apprenticeships that protect workers' jobs while they're in training and provide actual jobs for newer workers who successfully complete it. Now, the third is we want to stress the importance of a proactive approach to ensuring that technology is not furthering bias in our state. It's a great concern of Local 1000 and many in the labor community. There is a large and well-documented risk that collection and processing of large data sets that fuel these technologies can set in place biased, discriminatory, and sometimes overtly hateful results. The social media release of Tay by Microsoft in its quick descent into the use of hateful language to describe people of color, Jews, and women is just one example of this. A less noticed, but perhaps more pernicious example is the potential for widespread systemic discrimination. Amazon's investment in AI recruitment tool that sorted and scored resumes based on word recognition led to many male candidates outscoring women by widely disproportionate disproportionate age margins unrelated to applicant qualifications. They apparently ended the project in 2018. Another example was reported by the journal Science in 2019. The use of a healthcare high-risk prediction algorithm used by hospitals insurance companies showed racial bias against Black patients because it used health costs as a proxy for health needs. As California continues to struggle with hate, discrimination, and bias at the workplace and in our communities, the last thing we should do is turn over critical decisions related to how we pick, promote, and retain our state workforce or serve the public to privately developed algorithms produced by for-profit corporations. Finally, we believe that human oversight, transparency, and accountability for these systems are critical. We've already seen examples here in California and throughout the country where algorithmic tools meant to speed up and simply to simplify the process of claim review resulted in misidentification of thousands of claimants for unemployment insurance as fraudulent. Now, this resulted in unfair denials of compensation for over 600,000 people who were falsely identified as fraudulent claims. This isn't unique to California. In Michigan, nearly 40,000 were wrongly accused of unemployment insurance via an algorithm between 2013 and 2015. Earlier this year, a decade later, 3,000 of those 40,000 people were awarded some restitution of approximately $2,000 each. Without workers in the loop helping to design, evaluate, and monitor these systems, the public suffers through unfair denials and costly projects to fix technology that could have been designed with the people who know these systems best to avoid many of the problems we see after it's been rolled out. Having human oversight through workers in the loop and through community engagement, public input, and stakeholder sessions that evaluate how the technology is working for the people we serve helps improve the technology and our services. We believe that ensuring worker input throughout the problem definition, development, deployment, and evaluation, as well as community engagement and input, are critical to building successful tech projects in state service. All of these principles underscores the importance of collective bargaining and ensuring that workers have the opportunity to dig into these issues and the myriad ways that AI and emerging technology impact the terms and conditions of our employment. As the number of AI products that provide employers with the capacity to track, monitor, and record workers' output and our physical and digital movements on and off the job continue to proliferate, these tools must be subject to rigorous disclosure and justification by multi-stakeholders, including rank-and-file workers in the public sector. Now, Local 1000 believes the negotiation table is an important part of ensuring that AI remains a tool to assist workers in their jobs and not something that is deployed and abused by bad bosses to turn their employees into tools. Protecting data privacy rights is included in the Biden administration's blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights and also in the Newsom's administration's guiding principles for AI outlined in the governor's executive order in 1223 on this issue. We believe that privacy rights are workers' rights. In working to ensure that AI tools actually enhance the protection of personal data and the production of civil service workers is something that Local 1000 supports and will work hard to ensure in the future. We know that through innovation, innovation can spur incredible advancement in all of the sectors that our members work in. And we welcome that innovation and encourage you to consider how these proactive policies, choices today can ensure that our state is innovative, responsible, and as effective as possible. Now, the state's AI innovation efforts should not be sidelined by avoidable mistakes that we see repeatedly when technology is rushed out the door without ensuring adequate input from workers in the communities we serve. We have a historic opportunity for workers to lead the charge and identify ways to grow and impact and improve the lives of Californians. We hope that you will we hope that you will heed these recommendations and see our members as true partners in this effort to modernize our state services. Now, I'd like to take a moment and thank the Little Hoover Commission for your time. And this brings me to the conclusion of my response, and I'm ready to respond to any questions if there are any that you'd like to pose.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Let me look at commissioners. There are representations made that there were, and that there will be or should be meetings with organized labor because the orientation with respect to AI at the state level is to provide training, to generate familiarity, to take efforts to ensure that state workers understand and are comfortable with the application of AI. Can you tell us how those measures are going?
So far, they're going relatively as expected. On some forefronts, we are not included into the process as readily available or as we should be. And so when those systems are rolled out, they are used, but when they get the feedback from the workers, then they then have to go back and respond to those feedback and tailor it to further meet the needs, both of the community that we serve and also the workers that are actually doing the work. We do know that we are very, very understanding that technology is here. And as I said earlier, we are embracing that, but we also want to make sure that those of us that are doing that work actually has the opportunity to give some feedback or actually have some input into how those programs are developed. So when they are rolled out, they don't have as much of an impact in not being as successfully implemented.
Very good. Thank you. Let me take a look at commissioners. Commissioner Irene has a question.
So I'm interested in the variety of ways that Local 1000 and possibly other unions that also represent other state employees could be involved in the ongoing development. It's one thing to do it through collective bargaining, right? Which happens periodically, meaning at the end of a contract, that kind of thing. So what other kinds of means do you think, what other ways do you think union members and public employees can be involved in the process? Are we talking about joint labor management committees? Are we talking about some other kind of, what other kinds of methods are there? I'm just interested in knowing what could be created, or is it only through collective bargaining that you think that this can happen?
Collective bargaining is one way to actually get to things, but as you had mentioned earlier, that's usually coming at the end of a process. If we are actually going to be successful, and I think we could, it's actually getting in on the ground floor of how these programs and these policies are being developed. And so I do know that in the past, there have been some state workers that have been involved with the development of different programs and different projects that have come out, and they have been the most successful when they are rolling out. So it's not necessarily just using the collective bargaining process, it's actually getting in and having those meetings. It could be a roundtable discussion. It could be, getting community stakeholders involved as a group and actually having those discussions as we are thinking and planning out this process of implementing AI into everything else.
Thank you.
Commissioner Beyer.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm looking at a release from the California Department of Technology about worker training that came out March 1st of this year. And it indicates that the state will be rolling out an AI training set of components, starting with basically executive leadership and agencies, followed by other groups, including line managers and technical staff. What's your sense of the order of magnitude, that is scope and timing of this training? In other words, when's it going to start? How many people are going to be trained? And what does good look like at the end of the process from the perspective of SEIU Local 1000?
Well, thank you so much for that question. It's a really good question. And I also want to make sure that I do also add in some other ways of actually looking at this. It's going through the test groups, or adding test groups or focus groups into ways that we can also, be of help and assistance in developing the IA programs into state workforce. The other thing that I would like to say is, at this point, in answer to your question, I don't believe that the state has any timetables yet in which we can do that. I do know that we are having conversations with the state, and we may be better able to answer that question at a later time. But at this time, I don't really have a concrete answer for you, other than, as we work through this and we start developing timetables, we will be able to give you more information.
Great. Thank you very much. Looking towards my commissioners, I see no further questions or comments. So I want to thank you, Ms. Green, for your testimony and taking the time to bring us up to speed with respect to SEIU 1000 and artificial intelligence.
Thank you, and I appreciate you having us here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think that concludes the witness portion of our hearing. We're now, I'll turn it over to Ethan because I believe it's public comment time.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on to the public comment portion of the agenda. The members of the public who wish to make public comment, if you've joined by a Zoom, please use the raised hand function in Zoom to indicate that. If you have phoned into the meeting, email us immediately at littlehoover@lhc.ca.gov. Give us your phone number so we know who to unmute. But if you have joined by Zoom, simply raise your hand. That's by far preferable. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per commenter in keeping with the Commission's traditional practice. And commissioners will be able to hear you but not see you if you make public comment. I think we can just, Mr. Chairman, on the agenda, we have a public comment session for the hearing and then one for the business meeting, but we can just combine those and take any public comment on any topic. People have the right to make whatever comment they wish in any event. So you can make comment on whatever topic you wish, AI or anything else. We will first ask if there's anyone in the room. There is not anyone wishing to make public comments. We'll go to those online. Shara, if you can identify the first commenter, please.
The first speaker will be from NNU Education Department. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Christopher Nielsen. I'm the Director of Education for the California Nurses Association and National Nurses United. And I would like to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to speak, for holding this important hearing, and would like to just share a few of our concerns around AI in healthcare in particular. Nurses embrace skill-enhancing technologies that improve patient care, but we're concerned that many of the AI systems rolling out right now in healthcare settings threaten to de-skill nurses' work, degrade quality of care, and perpetuate health inequities in our communities. And our union has sounded the alarm on encoded bias and some of the other problems that we've heard about today, problems that we've already seen with conventional AI systems in healthcare. And we're now deeply concerned about the unproven generative AI tools that many of our employers are rushing to deploy for all kinds of use cases, ranging from responding to patient communications, automating clinical documentation, all the way to making clinical recommendations. CNA recently polled more than 2,000 nurses and found that 60% do not trust their employer will implement AI with patient safety as the first priority. 40% of nurses said that they are actually not free to override AI recommendations, despite frequent reassurances from employers that AI is meant to support clinical judgment and not replace it. And that's a problem because of all of the well-known limitations of GenAI systems that we've heard about today, their tendency to hallucinate, issues with data quality, and again, bias. To cite just one example, a recent study of a generative AI tool to translate hospital discharge summaries into patient-friendly language found that they had serious inaccuracies in 40% of cases. So, the science does not really support claims that AI systems can adequately replicate human intelligence or ethics in the healthcare space, and using them to substitute for the expertise and judgment of healthcare professionals can create serious risks for patients. CNA recently released our Nurses and Patients AI Bill of Rights, and I'll just conclude by highlighting two of those guiding principles. First, we believe all patients deserve the expert, compassionate, hands-on care that only human nurses and healthcare professionals can provide, and we need public policy to establish red lines around certain unacceptable use cases of AI, and that would include de-skilling or replacing nurses and other healthcare professionals. Second, when it comes to other potentially acceptable uses of AI in healthcare, we're calling for regulatory frameworks based on the precautionary principle. In other words, we need strong regulatory oversight, including pre-market approval of specific use cases of AI that require AI developers and deployers to prove that AI systems are safe, effective, and equitable before they're deployed in healthcare settings, rather than the status quo right now where they're effectively experimenting on nurses and patients in the wild.
Mr. Nielsen, your 3 minutes has expired. If you can wrap up quickly, please.
Absolutely. Well, we would be happy to follow up with the commission about any of our principles and concerns. We look forward to working with the state to develop these types of policies, to protect nurses' clinical judgment and strengthen worker voices and decisions about whether and how AI should be deployed in healthcare settings. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Shara?
Our next speaker is Hector Ramirez. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I am hard of hearing, and I'm using live captioning and a sign language interpreter, so it takes me a couple of seconds to be able to hear you correctly. My name is Hector Ramirez. I'm in Los Angeles County. I'm a person with a disability, and just a disclosure, I do serve on the California Commission on Disability and Access and on the Los Angeles County Commission on Disabilities. And I'm here to speak on my behalf And so my comments and statements are not a reflection of any position, but just based on my personal experiences and concerns. As a person with disabilities, AI is a fantastic tool. It is something that many of us have had the unique privilege to help develop and work in its many previous iterations. Technology in itself allows people with disabilities like myself not only to try to overcome the systemic barriers and challenges that persist in accessing academia, which is not an equitable place for communities of colors and people with disabilities, but also help us to get a level playing field in trying to find work and working is definitely essential in our ability to access systems of care and advocate. And as AI comes into a broader fruition, I'm really excited to see the different ways in which it can be applied to further improve the lives of other people with disabilities. Similarly, I'm also quite aware of the limitations and significant challenges that it poses because of its ability to really collect and aggregate so much personal data, oftentimes confidential, highly critical information. The ability to really protect that information from going out and being used by malicious actors is one of my biggest concerns. We know that technology in its varying forms, including AI, can be misused by abusers and perpetrators of crimes of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking, not to mention identity theft. And as we move forward, I really am concerned that government sectors might do anything to really jeopardize both the protections and integrities that they have really bestowed on the public with trust in ensuring that such information is actually protected, that we have active engagements with the people that have access to it in the way that they use it, and that we have the actual protections to have all of that information withdraw completely without any type of recourse. We know that our actors here in Hollywood have spoken out about the significant challenges of having even their identity or information used repeatedly over and over, if for impersonation and other services. The same concerns comes for people with disabilities, elders, and other individuals, because we have to utilize technology to access information. We oftentimes have our identity theft, and a lot of other systems, constantly compromised. I really appreciate the work that happens in spaces like Google and Microsoft, who have had to really take more proactive steps to really be engaging at the community as they develop these partnerships. And that is one of the elements that I hear missing in this conversation. I'm glad we have the private sector, academia, private academia, and hopefully we'll have public academia, definitely our labor force who definitely stands a chance of being severely impacted. And that's a public sector that we depend on significantly. When we need help, definitely trying to access emergency services, there is nothing more essential and elemental than having a live person to which we can communicate and really try to explain things. AI is not there right now. And even if it gets there, I think as a disability choice, we all have the personal right to request as a personal preferred recommendation to really have live people to interact with. I know I like to be able to have somebody when I have problems with Google or Microsoft, and I know I never get a live person in some of my social media spaces when I need help. And I really, really want to highlight the importance of that and the impact and the displacement that it will have on the workforce that people with disabilities, elders, and marginalized communities really, really depend on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez. Shara?
Our next speaker will be Bobby Dutta. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before this commission. My name is Bobby Dutta. I am with Association of California State Employees with Disabilities. We largely represent state employees with disabilities. And many of the witnesses amplified the need for both concern as well as the ability to invite AI into our everyday lives to do good. Our concern, largely, AI can do a whole lot of good in providing assistive technology, generative AI can improve existing tools and create new ones. Imagine AI-powered prosthetics that can learn and adapt to their use. Accessibility. AI can help make physical and digital spaces more accessible. Employment, which is a big concern to us, as AI can open doors to new jobs. But getting back to the concerns, the bias is a big concern. An AI system can inherit and amplify biases from the data that they are trained on. This could lead to unfair treatment for people with disabilities, getting denied for loans or being overlooked for promotion or job opportunities. These are some of the things that really is a huge concern. And I wonder if there is some safeguard mechanism that can be placed involving and engaging the community and the stakeholders from the person of disabilities. The accessibility paradox. If AI-generated content isn't accessible, it could create a new barrier. Imagine a website with AI-generated chat box that cannot be used by people with screen readers, visually impaired, blind. Transparency and explainability, that's another concern. It can be hard to understand how AI system reach decisions. This lack of transparency could make it difficult for people with disabilities to challenge decisions or get the support that they need. So what we want really is for everyone to be aware of these problems when they're devising an AI tool, a generative AI mechanism that can be inclusive, and people with disabilities need to be involved in designing and testing generative AI tools from very beginning. This helps ensure the tools are actually useful and address the real needs. Regulations and oversight, we need guidance. We need guidelines to make sure AI is developed and used fairly and ethically. This includes ensuring accessibility for everyone. Education and awareness. Everyone needs to be aware of the potential biases in AI and how to migrate them, or make sure that they're not migrated into that big data that we collect in the training model that all the witnesses talked about. Garbage in, garbage out. If the garbage is bad from the beginning, obviously the output is also going to be equally bad. So by addressing
Dutta, your
these
3 minutes has
concerns,
expired. If you can wrap up quickly, please.
thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Just be mindful of these concerns that we just raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Shara?
We have no further comments.
All right, then, Mr. Chairman, I believe we can close the public comment section of the agenda and continue on with the rest of the business meeting agenda.
Yeah, thank you. Let's turn to the business meeting of the Little Hoover Commission. We have we merged the public comment from the first part of the meeting to the business meeting. Let's get to the business meeting minutes from March 28.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those, if I may, those begin on page 22 of your packet.
Thank you. So any corrections or comments with respect to the Thursday, March 28th, 2024 business meeting minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt as presented?
So moved. Second.
There was a motion, there was a second. I'll take the roll, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariner.
Aye.
Commissioner Byer.
Aye.
Assemblymember Chen. Commissioner Garcetti.
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Min. Assemblymember Ortega. Commissioner Sidley.
Yep.
Senator Wilk. Motion carries, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the consideration of the draft report on retail theft. I served on that along with Vice Chair Cannella. So I'll turn it over to you.
Mr. Chairman, that draft report begins on page 25 of the packet, and I will ask Crystal, who was the project manager for that report, to briefly present that report, and then I don't know if you and the Vice Chairman want to make any comments as the subcommittee, Mr. Chairman. But Crystal, if you can provide a brief summary, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. In June 2023, 66 members of the state legislature asked the Little Hoover Commission to look at retail theft. We've held 3 hearings on the topic in which we've heard from retailers, from law enforcement and prosecutors, from researchers and academic experts, from city representatives, and from legislators, among many, many others. The report in front of you discusses the impact, the frequency, and the necessary responses to retail theft in California. For many Californians, the evidence of retail theft is glaringly visible. We've all seen the videos on social media and news outlets showing brazen thefts, sometimes with large groups of people. Retailers told us they sometimes refrain from calling law enforcement because they believe there will be few consequences, even if citations are issued. The impact of retail theft is widespread. Businesses suffer the most direct losses. Some have even closed their doors because of theft. Indirect costs, such as enhanced security measures and increased insurance premiums, also take a toll. These costs are also often passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices, which can be particularly challenging for economically vulnerable populations. Businesses are locking up more items on their shelves, negatively impacting the shopping experience for consumers. Retail theft also burdens our criminal justice system. Resources spent addressing this crime could be redirected towards more severe offenses. The legal system must balance imposing penalties that deter theft and managing the costs and feasibility of prosecution. Some offenders struggle with poverty and substance use disorders, requiring more holistic solutions than incarceration alone can provide. Organized retail crime provides another layer of complexity, with criminal networks exploiting vulnerable individuals to carry out thefts and using technology to sell stolen goods across multiple jurisdictions. Public officials have taken notice. Governor Gavin Newsom awarded $267 million in extra funding to law enforcement and prosecutors to combat organized retail theft, and a variety of legislative measures have been introduced. The data on retail theft present a nuanced picture. Reports of retail theft did increase in 2022, but they are still far below the levels seen in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. Different regions in California experience retail crime differently. Some areas see increases while others see decreases. The rates of shrink, which includes theft and other inventory losses, has shown a modest increase in recent years. Additionally, the issue of underreporting to law enforcement is debated. While underreporting is undoubtedly a problem, the question remains whether the rate of underreporting has increased in recent years or whether it has held steady. The necessary research to understand this has not yet been done. This is not the only missing information, however. We lack the data to understand the response to an individual crime from multiple levels of government, ranging from local law enforcement, how they responded to the crime, whether the offender was caught and charged, and whether the offender was rehabilitated. Without this information, we cannot aggregate the responses to retail theft to understand how the state is performing as a whole. This report makes 2 recommendations to ensure an evidence-based response to retail theft. To effectively address retail theft, we recommend the state perform comprehensive data collection and analysis. The California Department of Justice should be commended for the work that they've already done on the state's criminal justice portal, but this work needs significant expansion. We recommend collecting detailed data on crime circumstances, law enforcement responses, demographic information, prosecution outcomes, and rehabilitation efforts. Individual data should be anonymized to protect Californians' privacy. State lawmakers should mandate and fund this initiative, ensuring the data collected is accessible to both researchers and the public. We also recommend that the state of California collaborate with the University of California and other nonpartisan research institutions to conduct in-depth studies on retail theft, prevention, commercial victimization, economic impacts, public perception, and the fencing of stolen goods. This research will fill existing knowledge gaps and guide the development of future solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn to Vice Chair Cannella. I saw him earlier on the Zoom. I think he may have some comments, or at least afford him the opportunity.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes,
yep.
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank staff. That was excellent report. And I think that this was not an easy task. I think initially when the legislature reached out to us, we thought that they were very interested in what our findings were, but then they've moved ahead with their own legislation regardless of what we found. But I guess, when we go through the various hearings, some people said it was an out of control emergency. Some folks said it's nothing, it's no issue. And I guess for me, I just trust my eyes ultimately, and I see theft, and I go to stores and I see things locked up. And so I believe it's a problem. And I don't know, and I believe the charts and the graphs and all the information that the staff put together, so I really don't know what the issue is. It is, because I do believe it's up, theft is up. But are the stores, are they not calling the police because the police won't respond, or the insurance will drop them? Or when they call the police, are the police not arresting because the DA won't do anything? Or is the DA not prosecuting because there's no space in the jail? So I do think this is a fair approach to get more information. And I think if this data was available, I do think that we would have a better understanding of what's going on. So I want to thank the staff. I think this is excellent work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me turn to any comments or questions.
I have one comment. The last,
and then followed by Beyer. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The last recommendation. I don't know if you have ascertained or look at what are the chances that an academic institution would pick up something like this. I think they're about zero myself. It's not something that's big enough for them. It's a kind of it's passing. You're not reading much in terms of the media about it at this point. And the reason that I would suggest maybe deleting it is because I don't think we want to have things we recommend that we don't really believe could be picked up by an academic institution like this, in particular, that this has not much of a chance. And I might be alone in that, but I think that's a recommendation that we shouldn't make because it's not going to happen.
Obviously, Commissioner Garcetti, it's up to the will of the commission as to whether or not that recommendation is deleted. I would just note for the record, we did have, for instance, testimony from a UC faculty member. There are a variety of people at the UC system and other places that do research on criminology and crime,
sure,
and so forth. So whether it would be researched by an institution if there were funding for it, I can't say in advance, but that's up to the commission as to whether or not the recommendation would be included or not.
I'll add one thing. I sit on another foundation. The only thing we do is give grants to academics. And Jason, I've been on there for 13 years, and I do not, if someone would pick it up, that would be great. My concern is I don't want to put something out there in terms of recommendation that we think, maybe there's only a 10% chance that this is going to be implemented.
Okay, let me go to Commissioner Beyer and then Commissioner Sidley.
First, I want to associate myself with the sentiments of Commissioner Cannella. This is a vexing, difficult, and sometimes emotional issue. So I hear you. I also recognize that the legislature asked us, the Little Hoover Commission, for a very specific reason. They did not want our political opinion. They did not want us to weigh in on the pros and cons of a pending referendum. They asked us for facts. And I think the staff did an excellent job of laying out the facts. The dilemma, insofar as there is one in the recommendations, is whether the problem, whatever the scope of the problem is, the risk, if you will, is offset by the benefits. And that's a different calculation. And so let me start with The topic of this conversation is organized retail crime. It is not shoplifting. And we need to make sure that we're focused on one or more persons who engage in criminal behavior to take goods from another, whether by force or not. That's not shoplifting. And the perpetrators of these criminal activities are subject to a variety of laws, and the committee report does a very good job of laying out the potential criminal charges. Whether they should be supplemented or modified in modest ways, the legislature can determine that. I think we heard a lot of testimony, they can rely on it. The parts of the report that I think are more significant are pointing to methods of investigating, that is, tools that can be used, whether it's targeting geographic areas or more vulnerable stores or more vulnerable retail areas, using combination of the highway patrol, local police, coordination with district attorneys. Those are valuable because it increases the chance of apprehension and serves the larger social goal of prevention. So I support the report because I believe that it is factually accurate, but it offers new, interesting ideas that go beyond merely the increase of penalties in the criminal statutes and gives a more holistic context.
Commissioner Sidley.
So as a whole, I also support the report. I want to start by saying, Commissioner Cannella, always believe your lying eyes. I think that's the best path forward. And I'm going to question, however, where the Little Hoover Commission says, in the 1970s, the 1980s, these numbers were higher than they are now. I have trouble wrapping my head around that. And I have trouble wrapping my head around that because the lack of data. And then to Commissioner Byers' point, that this is organized retail theft. And that, I think, is something that is newer to everybody in terms of studying it, looking at it. And so I have trouble with us making that statement because I don't even know if that's correct. I mean, there might have been more shoplifting at that point, and not what we were looking at. So I point out that sort of summation to say that we don't know what we don't know. And so making conclusions about data from the 70s and 80s, I'm not exactly sure what was studied. I'm not exactly sure how it was put into place and how we are then making this comparison when we are coming out and saying, well, we need more data in order to really do anything here. And with that, I as much respect as I have for you, sir, I disagree with the idea of removing a suggestion. I think there are numerous universities, not just in California, but around the country, that have very good criminal justice departments, criminal justice education, and it's key to them to look at these issues and look at what we're dealing with in terms of organized retail theft. And so I think putting it out there and putting it out there from the Little Hoover Commission, asking somebody to take this up and study it, I think is valuable. And I'd be disappointed if nobody does it, but I don't think that nobody picking it up is actually a good reason not to suggest it. So I, as much as I do hear you, I would disagree with your suggestion.
I have no problem in disagreeing, and if the commission wants to keep it on that, that's fine. The only thing that I'm concerned, would you read it to me once again, please, to the commission, that recommendation?
Sure. Well, I have the summary from the executives. Let me just give you the version from the executive summary, if I may, for reasons of of being concise. To better understand the complexities involved in the causes and effects of retail crime, to develop evidence-based solutions, the state of California should fund the University of California or other nonpartisan research institutions to conduct studies on prevention measures, commercial victimization, the economic impact of retail theft, drivers of public perception, and the fencing of stolen goods.
Okay, so we're not focusing on organized theft, organized crime theft. We're just retail theft, however it might be, shoplifting, organized theft.
Well, the recommendation would refer to research on a variety of things, including, for instance, what drives public perception, the economic impact of retail theft, and so forth. It can be difficult, of course, to determine what is organized and not organized retail theft. So we can amend this. This is obviously the will of the commission. We can certainly.
I like the idea of the perception, of the public's perception. That's an important issue, because it's usually, in this type of a case, it's not based on fact. It's based on the media, what they've seen on the media, and the media doesn't always convey the whole truth.
Commissioner Irene.
So first of all, I'm fine with the report. And when you read it again, the recommendation, you said that the state should fund. The legislature asked us to do this, right? And if I remember, the real focus was on data. They didn't have any data really, and they wanted us to come up with some data. There's a reason why we can't come up with data, right? Right, and that's because it's not available, all right, for a variety of reasons, which I think we went through when we had our hearings. And so it seems to me that the recommendation says to the legislature, if you're so interested, then you should fund it. And it should it's fine with me to put it to the University of California. What I don't know anymore is, Berkeley, for example, had a school of criminology. I actually took a crim course once. Can't believe it, but I did it. But I have no idea if the other campuses have departments of criminology or other, appropriate places, right, that they would pick up on the study. But it seems to me, I can't imagine the university, if the legislature puts out some money, it's hard to imagine that someone's not going to pick it up within the UC system.
And Dion, to your point, though, all the universities and the city colleges are all incredibly important to the state. Mm-hmm. So I would amend the recommendation to say that universities, Cal State, or even the city colleges, community colleges, we just need someone to come in and actually take up this flag and fly it, because we weren't able to. So it might be daunting if we say that, UCs, and then we get anyone else and throw them all in the bucket without giving them a proper.
Just say higher ed.
California. We do, the recommendation currently says University of California or other nonpartisan research institutions. It does not even say universities necessarily, so it could be think tanks or the like. But we can certainly amend that to say the University of California, the California State University System, California community colleges, or other nonpartisan research institutions.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's the will of the commission. We can do that. Mr. Chairman, if I may just briefly, if the commission chooses to move forward with the report in response to Commissioner Sidley, if we are to remove, I would need a little bit of instruction from the commission as to whether or not we remove some of the data. If you look on page 29 of your packet.
Can I offer a constructive suggestion to deal with Commissioner Sidley's observation? Rather than saying as definitively as the report says about increases or decreases, in light of data ambiguity, one could conclude that the crime rate was higher.
I'm okay with that.
But the data, as we point out elsewhere in the report, the data quality issue needs to be addressed before reaching any definitive conclusions about trends.
I'm totally comfy with that.
That's great.
We can certainly make those changes. Yeah, I will say the report is careful to note reported retail theft and reported incidents and so forth. So we did not say that.
I would just finesse it a little bit more.
Yeah,
I just don't know what we're comparing.
Yeah, Vice Chair Cannella, you're hearing the conversation, and you were the second person on the subcommittee. So do you have any opposition to what's being proposed?
Not at all. I think it's because I wrestled with the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I wrestled with how do we know that it's lower, right? And that's why we basically came down to better reporting. So I think the wordsmithing, I think, is very good.
Okay, so what I suggest that we do is let's adopt the report subject to the modifications proposed by the commission, and I and Vice Chair Cannella will review the changes prior to its release. Does that make sense to the body?
Sure. I'll so move.
Okay, there's no opposition. So there's a motion, there's a second. I'll second.
Second.
There's a lot of seconds. I call for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was just writing down the second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Aye.
Commissioner Eriner, Commissioner Byer, Assembly Member Chen, Commissioner Garcetti.
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Senator Min, Assembly Member Ortega, Commissioner Sidley.
Aye.
Senator Wilk. And the motion carries, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just FYI, UCR has a fabulous criminology department.
Very good. Thank you very much. So we will move on to the other portions of the agenda, which we can dispense with.
Thank you.
We can dispense with very quickly. By the way, I should note this is Crystal's 11th anniversary with the commission, by the way.
Wow.
Last year on our 10th anniversary, we adopted the organic, the report about organic material going into landfills. So we always try to memorialize Crystal's anniversaries with reports. The next item is the project and meeting schedule. As commissioners know, we added a roundtable discussion on June the 6th to be held via Zoom regarding homeowners insurance. You've got some details on that. We'll be providing you with more details. The next full meeting of the commission is June 27th in Sacramento. That will be on AI and disadvantaged communities. Otherwise, we have no changes in the schedule going forward. We do not currently have staff bandwidth to add any new study topics. I anticipate discussing that at the June meeting, but we don't simply have bandwidth to do that now, so we can skip that. And the only other two items are the administrative update. I think we can skip that so that people can avoid rush hour traffic. And finally, implementation and impact. You have a list in your packet beginning on page 55 of the 12 bills we've supported this year and some recent press coverage. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions. But
are there any questions by commissioners? Beyond it,
what else is staff working on? Because you said we don't have bandwidth right now. So what's going on?
Well, so we're doing homeowners insurance.
Oh,
we're still doing a second report, still planning a second report on the master plan on aging, implementation of master plan on aging with respect to housing and homelessness. We obviously just started the series on artificial intelligence. We have sort of two simultaneous studies there, one on artificial intelligence and government. That was what this hearing was aimed at doing. The second one is artificial intelligence and disadvantaged communities. That's the chairman and Commissioner Hernandez by the subcommittee. That's the June hearing. Probably also July and August will be on artificial intelligence. And then we're working on a follow-up report on the Dentical reports that were done several years ago. We requested information from the relevant state agencies in writing. They've responded. We're now producing a report, which we hope to bring to the full commission in June, assessing whether or not the Dentical recommendations have been implemented.
Great, thank you.
Let me just ask, with respect to our upcoming roundtable, I really want a report from staff on the efforts that we have made in order to get the participation by the insurance commissioner.
Well,
and I want it on a piece of paper.
Okay.
Because look, I'm getting requests from commissioners to issue a subpoena. I don't want to do that. And so I think we've got to bring attention to what is clearly the most obstructive conduct by a member of the administration that I have ever seen, ever in my entire time here. And it is absolutely without justification, in my opinion. The answers that we get from his press people are that he goes to talk to a lot of people. But he's chosen that he doesn't want to talk to us. And I think given the focus on this issue and what Commissioner Byer has identified as a